My dog kicked it out.
When I injured my knee, my baby now was like actually 4 weeks old.
Oh, God.
So I didn't do the surgery because there was no way I would be able to,
Yeah.
plus they needed to put me out and I was nursing and everything. So when I finally got it done, he was free. The surgeon put the floating bone and cartilage that was in my knee that would patch when I walked in a little jar. And he was like, take this and put it on your kitchen shelf. Show all your boys and tell them no one in this house is tougher than me. He was like, I can't believe you've been walking around on that for 3 years.
It's not mom's.
Yeah. I did this for you.
Sunrise.
I was like, really, it was like I was gonna have to leave the baby. How could I carry that baby? So I just dealt with it for a long time.
I think it's at 20.
I'd be walking. All of a sudden it was like-
US News just barely is. Right.
And it makes her feel. I don't know.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, you guys, let's get ready, or let's start rather. Let's get ready. Ready, set, go.
That was my fault. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canadian Board of Education. Today is November 14th, 2023, and we're meeting in the district office located at 93 City Downtown, 300 East in Sandy. The first item on the agenda is the USBA, Utah School Boards Association update, and Board Vice President Amanda Oates will lead that discussion.
Okay, so Mont, obviously, we typically do this discussion, but he's out of town. But Mont serves on our board of directors for USBA, and then I'm on GLC, which is kind of typically held by the same person, but they allow it to be split, so that's how we break it up. And he and I have had close conversations about what's happening at USBA. I'm assuming all of you have had a chance to read his update.
Yep.
And the reason Mont and I wanted to have a conversation is because he and I have major concerns about how things are going on with you. You guys are all aware of the sensitive materials bill that's being proposed by the legislature and that came up in committee discussion. And our representatives from USBA were present, but no one got up to say anything. PPA had someone there who was actually a former board member from Alpine School District, and she spoke very eloquently, but Bont and I both could not understand why our lobbyist that represents USSA and USBA didn't say anything, especially when there's so many problematic issues. So in last board meeting, Bont actually shared with the USBA board a number of concerns that you read through what those were, and you didn't gain much traction on some of them. For me, the larger concern, and I don't understand why this happened. I've heard a little bit about how the vote went down, but my greatest concern is that we are still not meeting either November or December as a JLC before January's legislative session. Even though during our regional meetings, there were many of us, and I've talked to other board members in other areas that expressed an ardent desire for us to have conversations, especially with regard to the constitutional earmark. As you know, back in June, an email was sent to our legislators saying that our support of the earmarks removal is conditional upon meeting certain conditions. We have not laid out what those exact conditions are as a GLC. We need to have that conversation, but it just keeps getting kicked down the road. One of the conversation pieces of why they decided not to have a JLC meeting in November or December is because of the cost associated with meeting as a group. They do have to pay for travel for some board members that live far enough away. And also Richard mentioned the cost of food. And so when we were in Texas, I shared that with Rick and he said, well, why don't we just invite them to Canyons and we will pay for the meals. And so I was like, great. But she extended that to Richard, and Richard, you can speak to this, Rick. What was Richard's response?
He declined and said the board had already voted for their meeting to be in January. And I expressed our concern that, getting behind the 8 ball again, that's too late, that, we got caught by surprise last year at that very meeting. And I just said, I think our board's position is that we would really like to front load that and as a JLC and really get in front of some of these discussions, and we would be more than happy to offer the space and provide the meals, if that would help. And he said he would take it back to the board, but that was as far as I got with it. So I said we stand ready to offer that, and that's where it was left. So.
And Mon's concern is that if that is communicated to the leadership, that the rest of the board members actually will never hear about it. So that's one piece of what's going on. As you know, Mont also talked to them about the fact that there's more and more of us who feel like having our own lobbyists to represent USBA specifically would be worthwhile, just because we don't feel like we're getting a lot of traction. We also feel like the communication piece coming out of USBA in terms of social media and whatnot is almost non-existent, which we have a full-time person that's been hired for that. I'm not seeing anything, even though I'm looking for it. It just is woefully inadequate in an era that it cannot be. I also feel, and Mont expressed this also, and I don't know if you guys as board members feel this way, but there's a lack of effective communication to district and board members at large about legislative developments and their potential impact. Especially now the interim sessions are becoming more heavy and consequential. I feel like, especially like the sensitive materials bill is a really good example. There are members of the board of directors, and Amber pointed this out to me today, that actually represent not just one district, but more like you district. They can represent up to like 30 different board members, and the fact that the rest of us aren't getting updates consistently or newsletters from USPA about the developments happening legislatively, I think is problematic. I also feel like, and Nancy and I have discussed this a little bit, like that it might be worthwhile for us to encourage a change in bylaws. The fact that we are still existing on a system that's been around for decades and that is not adapting quickly to what's happening with interim is problematic. I just feel like we're not nimble enough. We are not getting decisions or changes in decisions in real time to be able to respond to what happens with the advocacy up there. So anyway, I would propose personally, and Mont feels this way, I spoke with him yesterday, that as we send them an email as a united board, I would like it to go out to the entire board of directors and explain to them some of our concerns and just reiterate that we are happy to host, happy to pay for the meals. We really feel like we need to have conversations sooner. And that we have some concerns. So anyway, just open it up for discussion.
Would you also include, if you were going to send that memo out, the part about changing bylaws? You'd put it all in there, just dump it all in, just say it all.
I think
you should, because the alternative to that is if they're not being effective, how many districts will continue to be a part of that association? I don't know if we have an alternate, but
yeah. And if there's gonna be change to bylaws, we have to vote on it in January. So they need to be addressed in that right now. Okay, Nancy, then Holly.
Yeah, so just kind of a little follow-up on that idea of changing the bylaws. I think there was conversation that came out of the spring regional meetings that then the board of directors decided to take on, which is changing the date of the delegate assembly, which is that's the process that the association uses. Well, it's going to be a proposed change. It's not
set yet.
I don't think it's set yet because, again, the bylaws have to be voted on by the membership, by the, and at the conference, but which I think we've all previously talked about, we're supportive of moving that time up so that we can engage in conversations sooner.
Yeah.
But I think a consequence of doing that means those things are decided on earlier, but it should be accompanied by some changes that allow for more nimbleness or more responsiveness or more ability for the JLC to then respond to things that come up. Because, yeah, we might set things in set priorities in May or early June. But we all know that ideas surface or they gain traction or something between, then and this time of year. And if there's not another provision that allows some flexibility for that group to then respond to things as they come up, then I think we're almost putting ourselves in a worse position by setting, if we keep our same process and just change the timeline. I guess
Yeah,
is what
because
I'm-
we need to address what's happening in interim, because
Yes.
a lot is happening in interim, so maybe after every interim meeting, we suggest JLC meeting. I mean,
That's a good
really.
idea.
Someone has to be watching the
Because
ship.
to Nancy's point, like, you can't just have that one and then
No,
nothing
no.
until January, like,
No.
you gotta have, like. And I mean, I think we're all just sensitive because of what happened last year.
That's
okay, but I think
it's necessary.
It's continuing to happen. I mean, this is the problem. Apparently, Lexi has been meeting with USBE and some of these legislators about the sensitive materials bill. We aren't getting updates about that. I mean, technically, she is the lobbyist that's been hired by USSA and USBA. And we're her clients. It's not the other way around. And that's a massive concern for me. I don't understand why it's like this vacuum, and the amount of power that the legislature is able to wield on these education issues is if we're not getting our act together, I think is frightening.
Okay, Holly.
So what you're proposing is to send a letter to who? Every single member of the USBA?
No,
Because
Board
that
of
would be.
Directors.
Board of
Board of
Directors. Okay,
Mhm.
that would be that's exactly what I was thinking, is give leadership a chance to respond before. But I do think depending on how they respond, I do think it's important we do need to be able to have an arm of communication if the response is just kind of pushing off like it's been so far. So that other members of the USBA understand and, legitimately understand some of these concerns.
So you're saying we need to have an additional something sent out to the rest
I think
about our concerns?
I think we give the leadership an opportunity to respond.
Or
But if that response is what it's been so far, where it's just kind of, well, let us talk about it, we'll get back to you, and we don't get a good response, then I think we should have a reply saying, well, if leadership isn't going to take our concerns serious, then we might want to reach out and communicate to your other membership, because, this is a legitimate concern.
So it seems like we're all in favor of writing a letter. So we should probably try to get that written before the next USBA Board of Director meeting.
I think it's December 10th.
This is the 10th, okay.
So just
Or
as
the
clear,
8th.
yeah.
10th is Sunday, so. usually the
Oh, yeah,
8th.
you're right. Yeah. So I was just looking at his notes over it today. But just to clarify, so are we saying that we want to only to go to USBA leadership, which technically board of directors as a whole is different than USBA leadership?
I think the whole board of directors.
The whole board of directors.
Okay, that's the way I feel
Whole
too.
board of directors.
you've already done.
And they are so
Going
the
in.
officers really don't have any power. It's the Board of Directors that
Right,
votes.
yes.
So they are the.
Right.
Board of Directors. So.
So you think the next meeting is December?
I can look it up. It's
December
on,
8th.
it's
But I think the letter should include that we expect some sort of a response by a certain time. I mean, what's reasonable? I don't want them to feel like, that it's an unreasonable request, but I do think we do have a timeline with it.
Well, especially if you're gonna pull another meeting before January, that just leaves you December.
Exactly. So I
Because
think.
it's the
I
first
think
part
we
of
need to-
January.
I think we need to, say
So-
in that letter that we would really appreciate and expect
Timely
a timely response by this date.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's hard with holidays, but we can try.
Well, I think we're trying to address this current situation that's right in front of us, but we also need to look at ongoing, right?
Right.
Yes.
Ongoing, how the process is, and so, and I think December 8th, I don't know. I'm kind of guessing the timing, we shouldn't aim to get it to them on the 8th. But
It should be the
after-
one-
or
It has
that
to be
they could
done
make
before.
it
I
on
think
their
even by
agenda.
December first, I think that the board of directors need to be able to have conversations about that. I
They need to
mean,
get it,
I think
opportunity
as
to
soon
put it
as
on their
possible.
agenda.
Yeah, it's gotta be on the agenda.
Thanksgiving.
Okay, so is there anyone who would
At
want
least
to?
an opportunity, you know, to be on their agenda.
To draft a letter? Is there anyone who would want to?
honestly, I'm looking at the former presidents of USDA. I'm thinking, you guys understand that's probably better than anyone. I mean, again, this is one thing I think that is really important to clarify. And Mott and I had this conversation yesterday too, is that USBA does certain things really well.
Yeah.
And I feel like they do an excellent job training new board members and, you know, cultivating discussions about what's impacting our various districts and having those experiences. What I think where the ball is being dropped pretty severely is in the advocacy piece at the legislature. And that's a massive concern. In my mind, that's a bigger deal than the training piece. And, you know, Rick brought up the fact that when a lot of states left NSBA over that letter that was written, that there was a whole section of southern states that went and created their own organization. And so that's an option too. I mean, do we want to join another group? There's this whole thing like, why are we paying money to an organization annually if it's only for training? Like if the rest of it, I think.
Isn't as effective, yeah.
Right.
But I will
so-
say something though, I mean, because I think it was in Mott's notes from the meeting, like if they are gonna hire another person, it means all of our dues have to
Go up, I saw that.
I mean, that's the thing,
But if you're gonna get what you need from that
Exactly.
cost, it's worthwhile.
Well, I mean,
And we also need to look at what Amanda was saying. I really agree with that too. Are we getting what we're paying for initially with that one person? Why is it in a vacuum? Why aren't we hearing what's going on with those discussions?
Money.
When I submit with that letter, you know, you just organize it like an Oreo. You have the outer layers at the beginning. You talk about the things we appreciate in the
three
middle.
positives that.
Yeah, the positive, and then we talk about what we really need changed, and then at the end, thank you so much. But I think we organize it that way, and I think our former USBA presidents, Nancy and Amber, would be great people to help draft that letter, but I do think we need to get it before the agenda. They set their agenda.
Experience a little more seriously coming from you
yeah,
than from us.
they respect these
They
women
respect these
a
two.
lot.
Yeah.
So, and I think
You have more weight.
you get it, you know, in plenty of time, like November 30th before their agenda. And then that we ask that we get a response before their next meeting.
But I think we should have all of our board. meetings on.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So
I agree.
can we maybe just clarify what points we want made in the letter?
Amanda, you have, I mean,
Yeah,
just the point.
I
you just made
have it all
was
listed out, but what we've discussed today, so.
And Mott's email, I think,
good. Yeah,
has everything in
that's
red.
half of the meeting.
There's stuff in red.
It's
as
a
well.
lot. It needs to be disseminated and simplified, I think, but
Okay, me and
just
Nancy
looking at
will
it
work
right
on
now.
that, and then we'll probably send it to the full board. then.
Yeah, we'll make sure everyone gets it to see it first.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thanks, you guys.
And that'll be coming by email. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So the next item on the agenda is item B, Canyons Virtual Academy update. Amy Becker, Diamond Ridge High and Canyon Virtual Academy. Thank you for being here.
So much for inviting me to come tonight, and I want to thank the education department for the awesome new logo that they've designed for us. I'm going to give a brief timeline because I know not everybody was around way back in the old days, but in 2011, we started a high school asynchronous program called Canyons Virtual High School. High school courses only asynchronous, and that's where you're doing your own thing on your own time. You don't have a live teacher, in case you wondered. Our course content was primarily purchased from vendors, and our average enrollment during that time has been about 4,500, and our average course completion rate is about 55%. I understand the national average is in the upper 30%, so we do pretty well with course completion rates. Little more continuing, then COVID hit in 2020, as you know, and so in our 21, 22, and 22, 23 school year, I've left out that bad COVID year of 2021. During that year, our enrollment jumped by about 1,000. our completion rate jumped to about 65%, and we got a lot of students who families didn't want to send them to school. They weren't really comfortable yet, but they wanted an online experience. So we got students probably that are a little more higher achieving, and we got a lot more of them. We kind of settled back into our regular numbers though. So this is with so the last 2 school years prior to the current year. And we had some ESSER funds, and we were able to really build up the program. So we added a full K-12 synchronous program. So literally kindergarten, middle school, high school, where we had live teachers. And they had a regular 4-hour school schedule in addition to the high school asynchronous program. Additional course content was created by full-time teachers as well as some vendors that I'll show you in a few later slides. Our average enrollment jumped a little bit to 4,600, and our course completion rate increased a little bit during those 2 years to 55.4%. Our current year, so, and I think ISD did a phenomenal job of making this presentation early last spring on the reason why we needed to cut back. Our K through, in particular, our K through 5 students were not meeting benchmarks. They were really struggling, and we knew we had ESSER funding issues coming up.
Low enrollment.
Low enrollment too, and we'll show you on those as well. Our elementary dropped by by about 2/3. So this current year, we are serving now back to a full asynchronous environment, but with grades 4 through 12. Additional course content was created by those full-time teachers we had during those 2, as well as, again, 3 different vendors. And then projected actually our enrollment, we're projecting to grow this year. In fact, this is anecdotal, but in the last week or so, we have boomed by an additional 100 out-of-district students. Are you listening, Leon? We like those out-of-district students.
I'm coming.
It's like a
400.
That's really like double WPU. So they use that $8,000 model rather than the actual WPU. And so we're projecting our course completion rate will actually increase to 57%.
Where are most of those students from?
I do not know.
Just curious. All of our market was curious.
Yeah, I heard today, oh my gosh, we can't, because the state said, hey, this report is due for out of district. And I'm like, what's happening? And they're like, we're inundated with out of district kids. So I can get that information to you if you'd like. Yeah, that's been really exciting. And I do want to point that out. Communications that did a phenomenal job with branding, with getting word out, with advertising. And so I'm hoping that we're starting to see the benefits of that. I just wanted to include a brief slide on teacher payroll. Just kind of talking about so for 21, down the 21 fiscal year, last school year, our full-time teachers plus our hourly teachers put us about 2.3 million that year and almost 2.4 million last year with some of the changes. So we have eliminated 14 full-time teaching positions. Shout out to HR. They got everybody placed. Everybody has full-time jobs. Nobody's not looking. We also eliminated a couple of full-time ESP positions. One person left, another person retired. And then this year we had 4 full-time, we're calling them our success coaches. And one of those success coaches got a job in another district. So we're working with 3 success coaches.
Just highlight too, Amy, I think
Please do.
a lot of pain in that process, right? And I think Leon, HR, Amy, the rest of our principals, I mean, yeah, I know you're downplaying that, but that was a huge move on, by everybody. And a lot of appreciation, the fact that we got through that without anybody losing their job and still coming in, with those numbers. That's awesome.
Exactly.
So,
And
good job.
actually, I will say some of those teachers decided to stay on as hourly teachers.
That's right.
So they're doing that in addition to their full-time position. So, and I can't say enough about those full-time teachers. They created a lot of content. You're going to see in later slides. I'm really proud of that. I'm going to show you a little bit of data on that. But really, we're projecting this year, we're going to spend a little over $1 million on teachers. And we're able to cut about 1.3 million off of just the teacher payroll. So if we go to the second column, our full-time students in the 21-22 school year, we have 117 that are 61, 147, 6th through 8th. And then our total K through 6, I should say K through 8, sorry about that, should be 324. We also had for 9 through 12, 349 full-time students. So those are students that are enrolled in our high schools or out of district who are opting to take all their content in an online format. That was 21-22. Didn't really have any part-time, well, we did have part-time 1987 9th through 12th graders. Last year's full-time, you'll see a huge drop in K through 3. We lost about half at 4th and 5th, and we stayed pretty steady with 6th through 8th. So dropped more than 100 students last year. Stayed pretty steady with our full-time 9th through 12th. And lost a few in our part-time students on that. Moving forward to this year, this is where we are year to date. 8 4th and 5th graders with that are full-time, 1 that's part-time. 46 6th through 8th grade with 4 part-time for a total of 54 and 5. I want to show you something really interesting. We've actually gained about 50 students as full-time in 9 through 12. And I can't explain that phenomenon because we don't have the names, we just have the numbers. We're seeing some growth in that area. My guess, one of my biggest guesses is some of our neighboring, I like to call them our competitors, because I'm really competitive. Some of our competing programs also lost ESSER funding, also lost enrollment, put all their eggs in one basket, didn't have a solid part-time high school program to fall back on like we did. And so they've just completely shut down from some of those full-time. I think Jordan is still trying to hang in there. Granite is cutting back. I'm actually a Granite high school parent. I know they're way cutting back, and this was exciting, just as an aside, to go into Olympus High School as a parent and have them really tout the SAOP, the statewide online education program, because they said, you know, we're not NCAA approved, and so all these other programs are out there. We really want you to go to the state and take those out of district programs. We have such a great reputation with the state of Utah, so I was like, way to go, bring them on. And I will tell you, my own child is in 2 Canyons virtual courses right now. Way on again, I'm really trying to help with that bottom line, personally as well as professionally. I'm sorry, any questions on that before I move forward? It's fantastic.
Question, so on this year-to-date part-time, especially for high schools, is that something where the number kind of ticks up maybe the second half of the year because
Absolutely.
there's students that kind of realize, oh, I need to get some stuff
Exactly.
finished
You're
here.
exactly right. That's exactly what happens. And a lot of times they'll say, okay, summer or spring sports are starting and I really want to take that financial literacy class, so I think I'll take it online. That's exactly what happens. So thank you. Thanks for helping me present, Nancy. Just a moment. This is really getting in the weeds, but I did want to show completion rates for the 2 years that we had the full-time teachers as sort of as opposed to our part-time teachers. They call them adjuncts, part-time teachers on the web. So as you can see, the different sessions, our completion rates kind of vary. And summers are really weird, but we did want to include and let you know we're one of the few statewide online education programs that actually offers summer. So we do a little bit better in the summer. We get more out of district students in the summer, by and large, because we're one of the few programs that are available in the summer. The full-time teacher data was really all over the place. So you didn't have them teaching full-time in that first quarter of the school year. Second quarter, 46%. We jumped third quarter, back to 47. So it's kind of a little bit all over the place, but this was our totals, this next screen. So with our synchronous courses, our full-time teachers, our 2-year, we call it a pass rate. We don't issue Fs. We want it to be all reward and no risk. So if a student doesn't complete a course, they don't get an F. They just don't get any sort of grade posted. But their completion rate for the full-time teachers synchronous courses was 47.5%. With our part-time teachers, we were significantly higher to 54.1% completion rate. Again, not necessarily because of the teachers and the style of teaching and the way the courses were, but maybe the types of students that would sign up for those courses. We tend to get a lot more higher achieving students who want to, again, they may have sports, they may have other activities, they're trying to get some of the basic courses out of the way. And so a little more driven, better executive functioning skills. Whereas with our synchronous courses, kids wanting to do full-time, maybe they were bullied and struggled with a lot of special ed students in our synchronous courses. And so it's not any kind of indictment of our full-time synchronous program versus the part-time, but just wanted to show you a little bit of the contrast that we feel like we really moved in the right direction by moving away from those synchronous courses back to a total asynchronous environment. And just to put this on, this is all of our enrollments and completion rates over the years. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess the fourth up from the bottom, we were at 5,600 students in that COVID year, the first full year after COVID, with over 22,000 credits attempted and a 63% pass rate. So as I talked about a little bit before, COVID really drove a lot of those classroom students and families who weren't quite ready. It was so great for Canyons to have that as we already had it in place. We didn't have to create anything new like so many of our neighboring districts had to do. And so that was pretty cool to be able to just provide that service, provide some extra teachers, and be able to really absorb that expansion. So hopefully we won't have any more pandemics or endemics, but if we do, still ready to go. So those are just our average.
Thanks for that, Amy.
Yeah. Silver lining.
Just a little ray of sunshine here for you.
No, Cindy.
We're ready. So
Morning. She's like, I'm gonna be gone.
and like I said, I'm going fast. I don't want to take up all of your time, but just wanted to show you. But we enjoy a great reputation with the state program because we've been around. We started when they started. We taught them things, they've taught us things. And so it's been really, really wonderful. They've asked 5 of our teachers if they were interested in receiving additional training so that they would then be qualified to help vet courses for programs around the state of Utah. So that's really the kind of respect that we get. And just so proud of my people. It's pretty awesome. I'm going to shift now to our course content. So this is kind of the curriculum that we use. So you guys know this, you've heard of Canvas, and we want to make sure they're not living their lives on campus in a regular traditional classroom setting. We use Canvas right now at CVA as our learning management system. That's how we deliver our content to students. But through this whole process, we've learned for reporting processes and things like that. And I'll talk in a couple later slides that there might be some better learning management software out there to help us get better reports and be more accessible and beat the competition. That's what I want to do, is beat the competition. But before we get there, I'm going to talk a little bit about our course content. So in that first column, these are the courses, and there's some courses are listed twice because there's a little bit of overflow. But as far as solely CSD teacher created courses, that first column are all of those courses. I didn't want to put provider names because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, because we're going to look at course completion rates based on the type of content we have in another slide or two. But provider A provides a lot of our AP courses, a lot of math, study skills. Provider B, English language arts, and some social studies courses. There are some couple courses, as you can see, that have both provider B and C incorporated into the same, and then provider C standalone courses. So as far as numbers go, the biggest percentage of courses are actually created right here at home by those full-time teachers and a lot of our hourly teachers. Completion rates by content type. So provider A, 57% completion rate, provider B and C together, 39%, and I'll kind of go back to B and C together. There's secondary math 2 and 3 and earth science. Math and science are tougher as online courses. They don't, not only do they require those self-directed skills I need to get in there and get in my courses on a regular basis, but they're math and science, and not all of our students can do that do that efficiently and do it effectively in an online environment, even with the supports that they have. So Provider C only, pretty good, 56%. Were our Canyons District courses that we created, that first column. CSD created 62%. So that is 7% higher than our average. So you can see where we're kind of thinking. Our teachers are doing a heck of a great job of creating courses from a marketing standpoint, and I know our communications people will love this. Excuse me. Go back to the screen we were supposed to be on. This is Utah teachers. This is local teachers providing local content with our local personalized content. We know what our parents are looking for. We know what our community is asking for. And so I think that really speaks loudly to sort of the direction we're looking at as we move forward. Now, under no illusions, I don't think we'll ever be 100% CSD created courses. There's phenomenal courses with our providers that they have provided and done an excellent job. So Accelerate, ASU, PD, phenomenal. And then Edmentum, those are the three. I won't tell you which is which, but those are the providers, and they all come to the table with some really great strengths. So I think we'll always have some provider, we call them providers, but some content. But we also know with those courses, our kids are doing well. And so we're trying to just kind of figure out the best balance. Right now, we're looking at courses that have a lot of students in and maybe not a great pass rate, to see if we can kind of pick those apart and see, is this something that we want to do more homegrown content? Maybe do less homegrown content. So we're just really vetting each course and looking at the success rates of students in those.
I just comment, Amy, too, on, you can comment where this is at, but so we know Utah Online, one of the places that they've been exploring and pushing is elective courses like music. So I don't know if you want to comment to that we've looked at this as a kind of a personalized experience that our teachers would be able to award credit for students that maybe are accelerated in instrumental music that can demonstrate meeting those standards, and our teachers award the credit. Is that?
I love that you brought that up, because we're literally 3 weeks away from our first music courses.
Awesome.
And so competency-based music courses where we just got it back from ISD today. So we said, here's our course outline for a semester of music courses. And the ISD person, I don't remember his name, I think JP. Yeah. Phenomenal feedback. He loved the course. He made some great suggestions. We're going to go in there and tweak that. So within the next 3 to 4 weeks, we'll be rolling that course out. So I'm glad you.
Well, I hope we get that out. I mean, I think that's a space that we can really compete
Absolutely
for students, and we can smoke the competition there.
I'm
We
right
always
there.
have, so awesome.
I'm super competitive, and I'm glad I'm super
too.
competitive. Yes. And so, thanks for bringing that up, Rick. I wouldn't have brought that up myself. So. And I think one of our board members had said, hey, I don't see any music courses. And so we're off to the races with that. So we heard you loud and clear, and we were really close to having it rolling that out. So we're super excited. I'm a weekend musician, so it's a natural thing. There you go. Let's bring some more. Yeah. Any questions on any of this? Great. We're getting near the end, so appreciate your patience. This is projected annual cost this year by provider. So provider A, we were estimating about 125,000, provider B, 225. Provider C is actually included with B. And then for our own in-house maintaining courses, development, and looking at a possible new learning management system, we're estimating about 30,000. I think what we know today, Canyons Virtual Academy is an effective asynchronous online program. We have lots of students from out of district, and we have, Leon can tell you the impact it's had on our in-district students on helping reduce class size in our high schools and now in our middle school. And so we've been really generous, and with the high schools, especially in my experience, and he hasn't said, okay, now you got to get rid of this much FTE because this many students are taking online courses. And so I think this is helping overall, in every way. So he's been really great with that. Our enrollment continues to grow at about 4% annual rate. Our hourly fees continue to be effective, and our annual created course content is excellent. We're exceeding the purchase content by about 5%. So all really good positive things in light of having to really do those major cutbacks last year. I'm hoping you guys didn't get too many calls from parents who were disappointed about the changes that we had to make last year. So, you know, we are hopefully able to communicate with our families, especially we want what they need for students. And so you guys aren't giving me, nobody's throwing anything, so I'm doing okay with that.
So Amy, just talk a little bit about, we mostly focused on high school, but there are those students in our elementary and middle school that, what, I mean, it seems like, I mean, the migration's been more back to in-person neighborhood schools, obviously. But we did hear, and I know the board heard, we did hear from quite a few parents that they really valued that online experience for their students, and maybe their students had different mental health issues or whatnot, and it just was not a good fit. So what's your thoughts on all of that?
Yeah, so we have, because of the transition, what we've done curriculum wise is we're doing sort of a prepackaged thing, both for elementary, the 4th and 5th, and then a little separate one for middle school. It's one of the providers that we've had ongoing, and they've been a great partner. So we don't have any standalone Canyons created content right now, especially for middle school, because it's all designed for a live teacher to provide supplement. And so we've got to, you know, create videos, we've got to, you know, fill in those gaps that a live teacher would be providing. So that's kind of where we are right now. But even given that, we're getting pretty good feedback. We have about 50 middle school students. I was surprised we had that many, but we have 50 middle school students. And we have, I think on that other slide showed that we have 8 or 9 elementary students.
You also want to address in the law, now it's changed, middle school students, SOEP students can access high school credit.
Exactly.
Right.
So this is something that we're one of the few online providers that even has AP courses. And so the legislature 2 years ago said any 7th or 8th grader can take online high school courses. And you guys probably heard that when those presentations were done. Last spring, they added 6th grade to that. So theoretically, a 6th grader could take English language arts as 9th grade. The only requirement is that they let us know that they have a plan to graduate early. Now, it doesn't have to be a written plan. It doesn't have to be anything emailed to us, just the parents, you know, signs up the student and they can take the course and let us know they want to graduate early. If the junior year comes along and the student doesn't graduate early, there's not a penalty. It's just, hey, a student wants to accelerate. We want to be able to take these high school courses. You will know, Cindy, we have a little kerfluffle. We have a handful of students from Union Middle taking our honors, secondary math 1 honors course, and they're running into some issues. I think it's partially because they're 13 years old and they don't necessarily have the executive functioning skills that you would have, but I think also they run into a couple hiccups with the content itself. So we pulled in ISD, they're looking at the course and we're getting a couple things fixed, so.
Most of the middle schools have a teacher that teaches it at their campus, and this is they're going with an asynchronous teacher and they meet in the library. They have a period where they're meeting there. So it just is a trickier thing. We've been working on lots of these solutions.
Yeah, and we just found out they were meeting as a group, I guess late last week. So we're gonna get some staff out there and help them out as well as looking at that content. But we feel like that's a tremendous area for growth. There's so many students, especially in rural areas, that can access content, AP courses, honor courses. And so we're excited and cautiously optimistic that we will get more middle school students wanting to access that high school content. But similarly, we're one of the very few, I think there's only 2 other online providers right now that are even offering middle school courses for middle school age students. And so I have it disaggregated that number 50 students, if that's all Canyons kids, if that's out of district kids. So I couldn't tell you at this point where they're from. I know at least 2 of them are from out of district. So as you're talking to your colleagues in other districts, sort of our philosophy is we don't necessarily want to steal students 100% from other districts, but we want to be able to supplement what they're doing. Especially we've had the high school model for years, and I think we want to do the same thing for middle school. You know, make it flexible. We have families calling us from out of district saying There's a divorce, our kid's gonna live this happened 2 weeks ago. Our student's gonna be in January, moving to Chicago and spending second half of their school year with their dad, and then the first half of their school year next year with mom, and the second dad. Can they be enrolled in this? We said, absolutely. You know, mom's maintaining residence here, and so we're gonna be able to support that family. So just, you know, all kinds of different circumstances. We want to be able to fill those gaps for families so they can continue on, you know, and direct their child's education. So we can just help support it. Future plans and projections, obviously we want to grow our enrollment. And so, like I said, communications has been doing a wonderful job with the marketing campaign to out-of-district students. With using Canvas as our learning management system, it's a really great classroom tool to look at your class and your students in your class. It's really tougher when you have people all over the place and you may not have a specific class. So Joey might be taking 3 online courses. For me to see how Joey's doing, I have to go into each one of those 3 online courses in Canvas. I can't pull a report. I know there's reporting functions, but right now it's tough to pull a report. There are other learning management systems that are designed for what we're using Canvas for right now in our online asynchronous environment that we think will do a much better job, not only of letting us see at a point in time how a student's doing in all their courses, but also give us better data instead of having to have 3 people go in and, you know, probably call numbers and things like that. So looking at that too, we're going to probably pilot that. It's actually one's called Agilix. It's called Buzz, and the company is Agilix. They're using that widespread down in Alpine, and they love that for this model. And so we're going to maybe put a course on that, and in the spring pilot it and see how students do, see how the reporting is. Not rushing into anything right now, but just kind of seeing what's out there so we can become more nimble. So not only looking at the learning management systems to find the best supports for asynchronous learning, but also the best tool for data collection and management. And it also is a reflection on if families are having an easy, smooth experience, you know, by word of mouth, they're telling their neighbors, they're telling their friends, they're saying, hey, my kid, hey, oh, I hear your kid's not doing very well in that class. Well, my kid's taking his online course. You should try one. Yes.
So we had an interesting conversation with Tracy Miller, who's the president of Jordan School Board. It was regarding start times for high schools. And they talked about the fact that as a board, they wish that they could move start times back, but it's just not feasible based off of busing. And we understand what that world is like, but that they've really pushed out to their high school students that if sleep is a major issue, that using their online courses are a great solution for that the student can actually, you know, sleep in a little longer and then do one of these online courses and, you know, essentially create their own custom schedule. And I'm wondering how much we've communicated that as an option to parents, or if it's something that we ought to communicate more.
We haven't, but it's a great idea. And I can tell you a couple of years ago, one of my staff people that does data couldn't sleep and went, she was, I wonder how many, it's 2 a.m. I wonder how many kids are online. 47.
Oh, wow.
Working in their courses. So they're, you know, that's why they're not able to be at school at 7 a.m. because they're doing it.
I think it is widely promoted, especially when they're sitting down with counselors to do their CCRPs. When we have those conversations with parents as admin or counselors and those concerns are brought up, we absolutely will transition them to online classes. We'll also look at their credits, and if they don't need a class, we'll just put them on a later start. There isn't any shortage of kids not going to all 4 periods at school. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, people are taking advantage of all the flexibility we offer right now at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day. I feel like just depending on, like come second trimester at Brighton High School, we lose a high number of students to online courses that have bought seasons snowboard passes.
Brighton snowboarders.
So it's in the triple digit students we get taking online classes to accommodate their other interests. So I think they're well aware of alternatives.
I mean, and looking at it as a parent, that if I have concern about my child's sleep, I mean, every time as a board member, I sit through one of these presentations, I learn more and I think, oh, I didn't realize how much this really is an option, how much is available. The other thing is, and Jordan brought this up too, how do you provide space at the school potentially for kids to be able to take a class maybe in a 3rd period where, you know, like they don't have any other classes that might necessarily be a good fit for them, but they can do an online class. Does that make sense? I know that
That's what-
supervision is an issue and I wonder if
Yeah.
that's something we need to look at more.
Most of our high schools have a class like that. We call it online learning lab.
Yeah.
Okay.
Students go in there and they can take any class they want.
Okay.
It really opens up their schedule. It allows for freedom too, if like, this does happen, like, let's say third period, they want to take financial ed, there aren't any financial ed classes taught that period and it's their only opening, they'll take it online in an online learning lab, or maybe, you know, Mr. Johnson's the only teacher for this class. I don't like Mr. Johnson. I had him last year, so I'm gonna do it online instead because Mr. Johnson and I don't see eye to eye. So I mean, a lot of different reasons to access it, but all of our schools have those options at their schools.
I just want to say, we were the first, last spring, we piloted the very first concurrent enrollment course of any online provider in the entire state of Utah. And it went beautifully. And most of the way through the semester, we had, we did it concurrent enrollment through, excuse me, Salt Lake Community College with our teacher is a Corner Canyon teacher, and he did a phenomenal job with that. Toward the end of that term, the state said, well, there's a state law that says you can't get concurrent enrollment money and SOEP money. So and I said, great, we don't want the concurrent enrollment money because it's like $44 a student, and the SOEP money's a lot more than that. And they said, no, you can't do that. So we're not gonna let you be concurrent enrollment providers until we can get this thing figured out. So we kept the concurrent enrollment course for in-district students only. So I think we have 12 Jordan High School students that are taking Finance 1050 from Mr. Hanson in a concurrent enrollment environment, because they don't have that course available at Jordan High School. And so that's our hope too, is to kind of grow those in-house courses. So for our high schools that don't have the enrollment enough for those courses, you know, we have a full cohort that we can draw from every Canyons high school, including Diamond Ridge. We have a Diamond Ridge kid that wants to take that concurrent enrollment course next semester. And so really expanding those opportunities until the state can figure out how to do this, so.
CVA is also our mechanism for web tests for kids who are advanced or feel like they can pass a class without taking it. They get two opportunities to try to test out of any course that we offer, and they do that through CVA.
And one more thing I want to just brag about, we have, I think, over 150 heritage Spanish speaking students who all have WIDA test scores. So that means, you know, they're heritage speakers. And they right now are progressing through, instead of, they don't want the electives, they want to get through school. So they are testing out of Spanish 1, Spanish 2, Spanish 3. So in the space of about a month, they're able to earn 3 full credits toward elective credit to get them to the finish line in a much more efficient way. So I mean, that's exciting because there's not a lot of benefits that we can offer. You know, our heritage speakers just struggle so much, and we can come along and say, hey, take this test, congratulations, you're now through this and this. So that's kind of a really cool project. We started that with the Spanish teacher at Jordan High School, and that's expanding out to Brighton High School, and the other high schools are listening and hearing about that, and they're like, how do we get them? So we actually, in those cases, we send test proctors from CVA out to the high school, so the kids don't have to come to our location to test. And we just try to make it, you know, just easy for them.
And they're just testing out of the courses.
Just testing out.
That's perfect.
Yeah, competency
Love
based.
that.
Yeah.
Well, we just started a conversation about offering that same thing to our DLI students. A lot of times our DLI students struggle with the decision to stay in DLI
Yes.
in high school because of reduced elective opportunities.
Yes.
If they could pass, you know, Spanish 1, Spanish 2, Spanish 3, get those off the table, open some elective space in their schedule, and start high school with 3 elective credits on their transcript. Maybe we can encourage more of them to stay.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
And you're thinking of offering that like in 8th grade?
Yeah.
That'd
They
be
could do it in 8th grade, they could do it all their 9th grade year.
Yeah,
It's a great option.
yeah. So really just really living, you know, you think online learning and our highly impacted students don't access it as much. But this is a way where our highly impacted students can really, really benefit. So we also want to continue to review and improve our course content. So develop more courses to improve our completion rate, but also streamline the purchase content to improve student learning experiences and explore potential cost savings. One of the providers has these next generation courses that are amazing. They're like almost like they're, you know, you put on the virtual reality glasses and that's the course. And so we keep hoping that course is coming soon, so we're maintaining that relationship. And they've got some other good courses, but we don't want to lose track and lose that connection with that provider because we've got a great relationship with them as well. So we're kind of like, come on, we want those life science courses where you're, traveling to planets and doing experiments and things. We also are creating study guides to improve student completion rates. So some of the courses, whether they're purchased or we've created them, they'll go through the content and they go to the test and it's like, okay, I need to review. So right now we're creating study guides that really help, and we'll have those available for students that want to try to test out of a course. Here's a study guide, here's what's going to be covered. And so if you feel like you're pretty confident on that, take the test. If you can pass it, here's your competency based, and then you've earned that credit. And then we in keeping with my interpretation of the board's goals is to migrate our courses toward more competency and standards based format. So we've heard you loud and clear, and that's where we, at your directive, we want to move in that direction as well. And then continue to review costs and find efficiencies. So I think that's everything. So if you have questions or anything I did answer, happy to provide additional information to you as a supplement.
Appreciate all you do
Absolutely.
and your staff, everybody. Big lift.
Great stuff. So
Thank you so
It's incredible.
yes.
One thought is, I do think we do have some kids with DLI that going into middle school are doing the same thing. And they're doing tutoring at home or other things to try to keep up their language. So I would love for us to maybe go into the 5th grade classes and give them an option that they can do their language study online during middle school.
Yeah, that's
And have that elective. I think we have a big drop off in those years.
I think that's great. Yeah, I will actually reach out to our DLI folks and say, hey, we have this. This is what we're doing for high school, and we can do this for middle school. And
Yeah.
you guys are gonna do that.
And have that as part of their registration cards that is an option for them. That'd be.
And I'll turn that over to my middle school experts because I'm not a middle school expert, but
I have thoughts.
but yeah, really making them aware of that. I think that's a great idea.
So-
I actually disagree with that. I don't know. I would be interested in hearing some of the data about the efficacy of a middle schooler learning language online versus in person, where it's supposed to be more interactive. I mean, my kids have experienced both ways. I think that there's real drawbacks, but anyway.
But if they're not gonna take it at all, right? Because we have people who just drop it at the middle school level.
I get that, but if
So-
it's an asynchronous course, I can already tell you like the kind of similar to what you were saying with 13-year-olds trying to take a math course, trying to do that in Chinese as a 6th grader and being disciplined about that and really because part of the language thing is them also hearing the student speak and correcting.
And right now, the only language we have is Spanish.
Right. So anyway, I don't know. I think it's a little more nuanced maybe.
It's gonna be, and I'll be happy to come back and give you some data on how are these middle schoolers doing this year with the asynchronous format. For middle school content as well as those that are attempting to take high school level courses. Because I think there's maybe sometimes a gap between what a parent thinks their student is capable of doing. And it's maybe not the content so much as it is just the executive functioning in logging on regularly. How do I navigate? What do I do if I have a problem? How do I get a hold of my teacher? Those kinds of things. So we certainly could do a better job of helping students with that, how to access things. So I'm happy to let you know how they're doing with that.
I'd be interested to look at a little more at that option for the kids that are dropping out of those. There's a lot you can do with listening and hearing. I mean, even the Duolingo apps and things, and it plays back for you. There's things, there's maybe some ways we can grow there and even offer those courses, especially for kids that we're losing them at the middle school level.
Yeah, and you
Help them
you both
continue.
raise a great point. We get a lot of, so I'm also in Entrada Adult High School. We get a lot of non-native speakers that come from the Far East as well as just about every country that immigrates to the US and immigrates to Utah. And we know that from some of our Far East countries, they can read and write English pretty well. Speaking and listening is not
Totally
even
different.
in the ballpark. They've been able to read and write it. So yeah, that
Should be exploring that.
both really great points of what we need to make sure our content contains.
ample opportunities for both, so.
Technology's there.
Okay, thank you so much. I really.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for your competitiveness that we learned about today, and
My pleasure.
thanks for all you do. Okay,
Incredible.
Mr. Wilcox, we're gonna go on to our next item, which is reviewing of the CDA RDA agreements with municipalities. And I assume all the board members read this, so I don't know if we have to go over every single detail on these, maybe point out some differences.
Well, just want to thank Amy for her tremendous job that she does at Diamond Ridge and online. You know, we have, I like to say we have a lot of rock stars in the district. Amy actually is a rock star. She plays in a band. So she, when you say someone is a rock, star, Amy is,
The resident drummer.
she is.
She has a gig coming up. It's online.
Yes,
Coming up,
those assist wives.
Go over this really quick, just to give you a quick update on, we call them TIFs, tax increment financing agreements, okay, so I may use that acronym. Just so you have a brief update of what a TIF is, you know, a city municipality may have a acreage of land that they set aside, and they call it a CRA. It's going through various names, an RDA, right now the name is TDRA is the legislative name they use, but there's this base value. And then they go in and make improvements and add parking or increase the building, and it increases the value, so more property tax flows. So the blue is, you know, the value going up as they make those improvements. And the property tax goes to the project or to that is the agency. Usually we always have some type of a portion, or we call it a haircut, comes back to the district. And over time, the project ends or the agreement ends, and then the full amount of the property tax revenue comes back to the district. Okay, so we have a handful of these. That's just a quick overview of it. It's all legislative driven there. Try to, you know, incentivize redevelopment and development throughout the state. We have a policy. I think our policy has served us pretty well since we've adopted it. You know, big thanks to the policy committee. I know Nancy headed that up way back when, 5 years ago this month, we adopted it. All the reporting, you know, entities used to have to send in they call it a November 1st report to all the participating agencies. That changed a couple of years ago. And now you can see the website, all the reporting is out on this website. So if you wanted to go see it, most of the stuff I'm going to refer to tonight is on that website. Also should be noted that, you know, with COVID, it's hard to believe they had 6 special sessions back in 2020, but in one of those, it passed a law that said if you, for these CDRAs, because they thought that it was going to stymie development with the virus, that they would be automatically extended if the agency itself wanted to extend them, or the city itself wanted to extend them. And so, but that needed to occur in 2021. We do have a few that did go that route. Just to quickly hit a few highlights of the ones we have. Best to go by city because the agreement's always with the city or the municipality. So I just put these in alphabetical order, starting with Cottonwood Heights. So these are the ones that we have out there that are active. We have one with Cottonwood Heights. It's the Canyon Center, mouth of Big Cottonwood Canyon there. Mainly the parking structure, but they have that restaurant there. They also have a hotel. Well, you can see we did you can see all the things there. The increment share is 70-30, meaning they get 70% of the increase, we get 30%. This one's capped, but they did extend it there. So I don't know if I want to hit all this things due to the time constraints, but that's the one we have with Cottonwood. Yeah. Have a couple with Draper. We have 2 that I would call big ones. And this is one of them. This is the front one, or CDA. This was done 11 years ago. 300 acres in West Draper. Here's a I-15, you need IKEA, RC Willey. Then you have what's in the CDA, which is eBay, Tesla, 1-800 contacts. The value's really driven up on that, 10,000% from 6 million up to 140 million. That's why it's a big one. they didn't extend that, but there is a cap on that. I think we'll get to the cap before 2034 before it expires, but still hard to say at this point in time. Another one that we've done with Draper, we did this one. It's actually, it should be, I said December.
Position.
It's actually December, August.
Actual month, we all know.
Favorite month, favorite time of year. Favorite fall and winter. Pretty sure it's December, but I'm not, I don't think it really matters. That's where we did the plural site one. Values have gone up somewhat there. We did agree, this is the one, we did agree to some non-monetary things that we haven't gone and pushed them on that we need to. That is some student internships for our students, computer science kids, some scholarships to colleges, and then to promote computer science and related careers. So, you know, this is something that we need to push on. You know, we've said it would, when it would trigger, that's when they would start collecting the increment that triggered in 2021. So we need to follow up with the city on that. I know, oh, yeah, we'll have to get with the city to follow up on their agreement with it. Okay. Two other small ones we have with Draper going way back to the Jordan days. You can see those there. One is up close to 13th, one's down below in the Clinton Center. This, these were done in the 90s. They had whole different rules back then. But it should be noted, this Sand Hills one, you know, we've been collecting all the increment off that for the last 3 or 4 years. Okay. So the next one that expires off is this one in the Crescent where Kohl's and Petco are right in that shopping center there. So in our fiscal year 2026, we'll be collecting that full amount. That's going to be a couple $100,000 to us. That would be nice there. Here, going to Midvale City. This is the big one right here. This is Bingham Junction. Again, this was done by Jordan School District way back in 2006-ish, I want to say. Kicked in 2009, but it has, you know, Top Golf, Overstock, Savage, that whole 300 plus acreage there. Value has gone way up there. It used to be the old mine, but or smeltering plant. You see it's gone up 22,000%.
So Leon, just estimate what's 20% of our collection on that increment? Just what's a round dollar amount?
400,000.
Okay, so
it generates about 2.8. We get about 4 as well. So, but we still have 10 more years on that. There is no.
So most of them are expiring in the 2030s in that range. So
23. If anybody's here,
this will be around, but when it hits,
Speak to future board. Welcome.
yeah, you can just write them a thank you.
you're welcome.
You're welcome right now.
Yeah, 2034 is a big year.
I'll remember that as I'm sitting here.
That's when this one, the West Draper one, and we'll get to one more in Sandy come on the same year.
That's huge.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge, that's 7 plus. Plus will keep going up, so it could be up. But this one, there is no cap, so we won't get there, but this is a newer one that just written by Jordan School District that just kicked in. This is the Bluffs. We talk about that with student enrollment growing and all the housing out there. Where the Zions Bank, a data center headquarters are, they just opened that up. You know, unfortunately, this one's 25 years and we just started it, so it's gonna be a long time on that one. Again, that was signed by Jordan School District way back when, but took a long time to start. The last one we did as a district about 3 years ago now, it's Midvale Main Street one. So it kicks in, they're gonna kick it in starting next year. We'll see how that goes. I'll be interested to see how that goes because I know they have big plans for that Main Street there. So it'd be great to see that develop for the city there. Excited to see how that one goes. We did cap that one. You know, that's where really our policy started to kick in there. Moving down to Sandy, a couple here in Sandy. First one was 140, they call it the 114 South, but it's the Shields. And then all those, you know, the Duluth and the Habit Burger there. Kicked in 2015, you can see the growth there. One of the things they offered at the time was help, you know, master develop Mount Jordan. This would be when we had the old building there. We elected not to do that and do it ourselves. But I also say Shields has been a big partner with the district. One of the ones, one of the more recent ones we did, you remember back, it's hard to believe 7 years ago now, we did called the TOD. It's by Jordan High. It's that big parking structure, then those buildings and apartment buildings to the east. There, it's kicked in. You see what it's done there. Here's also, we did these two at the same time with Sandy City. This is the Health Center Theater. They call it Civic Center North. You know, getting Health Center going. So it kicked in a 10-year extension, and there was already one there, and we kicked it in for 10 more years. They did extend it based on the COVID allowance. So that goes to 2034 again. So all three big ones, the three biggest ones we have go to that 2034 year.
Hey, Leon, so 0 to 419, was that just like sagebrush?
Back then it was, yeah. So this one kicked in 1998. I wasn't here in 1998, but my understanding it was just barren land, yeah. Wow.
Just, yeah, a field of weeds, yeah.
Just some weeds.
Stop at the freeway.
Hell's been a big,
It's just
Hell's been a big
staggered.
supporter of us too. We should give them props as well. So. And then there's a couple more with Sandy. They have one, the Auto Mall, they call it Civic Center North and South. This would be the South. That started basically the same time, but it expires but in 2025, but it's one of those old ones that had that odd thing that we collect all the increment. We've been doing that for the last few years as well. And there's also two.
So what benefit do they get if we collect 100%? Is there other things that they don't? Okay.
They have to keep reporting out what they're doing with the money.
Property.
That
I
they
got
collect.
Okay.
There's a couple more. The big one there would be RSL. I think there's always some understanding that, you know, whenever the value of that changes, that it affects Canyon School District. But it's important to realize that we don't participate in that CDA. We never have. And Jordan School District elected not to back in 2005 or 6. So we've never been a participant in that. They also have one on Union Heights that we don't participate in. It's just the city there as well. So just to sum things up, you know, if you look at that big list out on that website, you know, we don't have as many other districts out there. There's lots of cities where we'll have 6, 8, 10. You know, I have to tip our cities. They don't have it. They haven't come to us with a lot. But the ones that we do have are big. It's particularly the two in Midville and the West Draper one, you know, covers a lot of property. This last year, we contributed 15.2 million to these agencies and these agreements. Of that amount, we got about 4 million back in, you know, in these mitigation, we call it mitigation or offset payments there. Should be noted that, you know, we haven't been approached by anyone looking for an agreement. We know there's some in the works up in, again, mouth of Big Cottonwood. They're looking to do something with the gravel pit there. How that turns out over the next few years, we'll find out. I don't know. And we also heard something about just north of the mall and the west of Target there, something, a hotel or something. We'll find out over time on that. So we do have a committee. It's always the board. It's been the board president, myself. If any time there's something comes up, we review it, then bring it to the full board. Again, we only meet if there's something that comes up. That's per year. So with that, probably about out of time. But
Okay, we are out of time.
Say one quick.
Just, you mentioned the policy that we have in place and kind of our purpose in doing that is to have a standardized format for cities when they have these projects come up, so that they know ahead of time the information that we expect to have included as part of it. And this idea of capping it means that from the beginning, before the district enters into one of these agreements, we know exactly what it's gonna cost us.
They
So,
know
So
what they get, and sometimes they hit home runs. You know, the Jordan, some of these in Midvale, they've hit the home run, but there's no cap on it.
yeah,
So, yeah.
so it just has to play out by years.
A long time plan out.
Our
Oh, yeah.
policy is very good though.
Yeah.
Yes, that's.
It was mainly to help them know ahead of time, because so often they were coming and just kind of
Putting it together.
presenting stuff, but we'd have to say, no, you gotta think of this and this and this. So we just tried to be a little proactive on that.
Should be said that we were the first ones to really adopt a policy. Ironically, that policy has now been adopted by
Multiple districts.
Thank you, Nancy.
almost everyone.
Well, I mean, it was a team effort, but it was a very conscious decision and strategy. Yeah.
Okay, let's, I'll call the meeting to close and let's just take like 5 minutes. I think we have a lot of students out there. I'm gonna try to hurry forward. No long discussion, that's. I would like to welcome you to the Canyons Board of Education Business Meeting. Today is November 14th, 2023, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. I'd like to excuse Mr. Mont-Millerberg. He will not be here tonight. And the first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting. So is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda for tonight, November 14th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. We will now hold the Pledge of Allegiance by Willow Canyon Elementary Principal Nicole V. McGann. Oh, and her student council. And then after that, we'll have highlights of this one.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, now it's on. Ooh. You guys can clap for my student council. They're darling.
Go ahead, Principal.
I was just waiting. So I have the honor of talking about Willow Canyon tonight. And this year, we've taken on the Ted Lasso theme to believe. And I'd like to say that we've learned some lessons. And we're all learning to be a little more curious and less judgmental. I've been fortunate to have a staff who's welcomed me with curiosity as I learn about them and the school. And we believe in the ability for our students to grow, learn, and accept each other. This is the 50th anniversary of Willow Canyon, and we've been celebrating Wilbur's birthday all year long. We're currently in the process of updating our mascot and logo, and I can't wait to see what the new Wildcat looks like. But I'll talk about our teachers for a second. Willow Canyon teachers are dedicated and caring. We have knowledgeable and veteran staff and a few new teachers who have years of experience and are thoughtful and work hard to help our students improve. They truly love and care about our students. Our support staff is always willing to support our students and help anywhere it's necessary. Last year's RICE scores were exemplary in achievement and growth in all academic areas, reading, math, and science. And we were just named the 7th best elementary in Utah. And I want to give a shout out to the teachers for that, because they had maybe a year of a little uncertainty and a lot of change, and they were still able to help their students achieve and grow. So that's amazing. Willow Canyon boasts many chances for extended learning and leadership opportunities, such as speech, debate, chess club, orchestra, book blitz, science fair, reflections, STEM squad, playworks, and student council. We have a passionate and involved PTA who had a successful fundraising this fall, and through an amazing harvest festival. It was our 2nd annual harvest festival, and we had over 800 people attend. And that's really impressive when you talk about a school of 370. So we invited the community, our board member came, and it was just a celebration of uniting our community. I think we model inclusivity with our 50 essential element students and 80 preschool students, in addition to our general education classrooms. Essential element students are welcomed in classroom to participate with general ed peers during morning meeting, brain boosters, and class parties. We're dedicated months to celebrate diversity and literacy. We're working hard to be inclusive of diverse communities and practicing empathy. So far this year, we've highlighted National Hispanic and National Native American months, and the PTA plans for more celebrations. Our students have lots of opportunity to express themselves through arts, including art and dance brain boosters and the Great Artist Program. Clearly, we believe that we can celebrate and teach the whole student, and I'm sure that its 50th birthday, Willow Canyon will be the best year ever. So thank you for listening and celebrating our school.
Okay, thank you, Principal McGann. We really appreciate you being here, and it's really fun to hear about your school, and congratulations on that number 7th. That's amazing. So please pass on our thanks to your teachers who sound great and dedicated and very caring. So thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Canyon Strong Employee Recognitions. And this will be presented by Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications.
Thank you, President Schill, for this time to recognize the achievements of the employees in the Canyon School District. They are the employees who help us stay Canyons strong. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the board and the superintendent. Now, I know that we've said this before, but we are going to say it again. We are strong because of our employees. Like you'll see there, Jordan High Principal, Dr. Bruce Eschler, who donned a kilt when students asked him to be in the fall musical. And of course, you see there, Corner Canyon High Principal Dina Kohler. She's seen there cheering for the Chargers. They will play Friday in the 6A football championships. So good luck to the Chargers. We want them to bring home that state title. But you can see there that we are Canyon strong because of the employees who stand behind our students. Now, if you didn't get a chance to see Brigadoon, it was a fantastic production. I went on Saturday nights. Also, if you didn't get a chance to see the Addams Family at Corner Canyon, it was phenomenal too. I went last night to that. But you still have a chance to see amazing theater in the Canyon School District. Alta's Mean Girls starts on Wednesday. Hillcrest's Into the Woods. And Brighton High's White Christmas have opening nights on November 30th. We would encourage you to go and see these shows. They are absolutely fantastic. Our students do a phenomenal job bringing these shows to life. You can certainly tell that arts education is a focus in Canyon School District. Now, Principal Savie McGann kind of broke the news, but we wanted to tell everybody the breaking news right now. Today, the U.S. News and World Report issued its report of all elementary and middle schools in Utah. There's really no other way to say this, but Canyons District dominated this year's lists. We have the top 2 elementary schools in all of Utah, Sunrise and Peruvian Park Elementary Schools, and 6 of the top 20 are in Canyons District. That includes Willow Canyon at number 7. Let's give a round of applause to our elementary schools. 3 of the top 5 middle schools are in Canyon School District. That's 3 of 5 are in Canyons District. Albion is number 2 in the entire state. Draper Park is number 4 in the entire state. And Butler Middle is number 5 in the entire state. Now, this is just one of the reasons why 84% of Utahns said in a recent Dan Jones and Associates poll that they are satisfied with their local public school, that we provide to them what their family needs. Congratulations to the elementary schools and the middle schools who are ranked high in the U.S. News and World Report lists this year. So congratulations to all those Canyons District students and teachers who work so hard. Our first honoree tonight is Edwin Lahauli, who received the state honor of being the Utah CTE Teacher of the Month for November. He came to CTEC with a rich and diverse background in criminal justice. He has a degree from UVU in criminal justice, but he worked in both the public and private sectors to gain experience to bring this into his teaching career. Students loved his engaging classroom and especially look forward to the real world scenarios conducted by the Sandy and Unified Police Departments on the CTEC campus. He takes time every semester to customize criminal justice scenarios for his students. And we're so grateful that he's part of the CTEC faculty. So congratulations to Edwin, one of our teachers who helps makes us Canyon Strong. Our next Canyon Strong honorees tonight are Jordan High counselors Julie Less and Assistant Principal Sarah Little. Both have gone the extra mile to help a student and her family. We received a touching letter from the mother of a Jordan High student who had high praise from her experience working with Ms. Less and Ms. Little. In addition to what we've quoted there on the screen, this mother said, "I wish every kid had the love and support that my child has." The fact that she feels like these two women were fighting to keep her at school and not fighting to get rid of her made her feel wanted and like an important member of her high school. I feel like it goes unacknowledged when the good happens and it's over communicated when the bad happens. I could not let this situation pass without expressing my sincerest gratitude to these two women and hoping that by sharing this with their bosses, someone else will recognize the amazing work they do in the school day in and day out. Now, this, members of the Board of Education, is what Canyon's schools are known for. Now, yesterday was World Kindness Day, but Julie and Sarah are showing what it's like to be kind every day at Jordan High School. We thank them for making us Canyon Strong. Our foundation helps make us Canyon Strong. You can see here that the fun bus rolled through Canyon School District recently. The Education Foundation recently gave out nearly $100,000 in teacher innovation grants. These came in the form of a giant check. You can see that some of them were distributed in the classrooms and the photographs there on the slide. They were given over a period of days, with the majority of these funds given on the day that we took the fun bus, crisscrossed the district and surprised teachers in their classrooms. The innovation grant money came from the golf tournament fundraiser that was supported by our community. Now, this year's grants were awarded to teachers at Alta, Brighton, Hillcrest, Diamond Ridge, and Jordan High Schools, CTEC, Jordan Valley School, Union Middle, Bella Vista, and Willow Springs Elementary Schools. Congratulations to all of our teachers who applied for and received innovation grants through the foundation. And we want to thank the foundation for its ongoing support of Canyon Schools. Our next honorees are Web Manager Janelle Myrick and Public Engagement Coordinator Susan Edwards. Canyon's district recently received word from the Utah State Office of Education that we are in 100% compliance on our school community council websites. And this is not an easy task. It's really not. We've been working hard as an administration to make sure that SEC sites are updated according to state regulations. In 2019-2020, Canyon's district had an 84% compliance rate. We've worked hard every year to increase to this year when we got the perfect score, A+ to Susan and Janelle. And of course, all of our SECs in our schools for working together to make sure that we're working with parents and teachers on guiding all of our schools through the SEC. Our next honorees were celebrated at the annual reception and ceremony for the Apex winners. Hundreds came to our event at Alta High's Performing Arts Center to cheer for those who were selected for the board's highest honors, the Apex Awards. Now, we've honored them already, but I want to read their names into the official board minutes record. Now, from its founding days, Canyon's district has invested in its schools. Teachers, staff members, community members, parents, they've invested with passion, creativity, and a mindset that anything is possible. And the winners of the 2023 Apex Awards are among those who have gone above and beyond in our collective quest to lift our children and help them see their dreams through education. They are the reasons why Utahns love their public schools. The Canyon's Board of Education and the superintendent, after a public nomination period, selected the winners from a list of nominees. This year, we honored the Teacher of the Year, Max Eddington from Midvale Middle School, the School Administrators of the Year, Jordan High School Principal, Dr. Bruce Eschler, and Eastmont Middle Principal, Stacy Kurtzhals. The District Administrator of the Year was External Relations Program Administrator, Sharice Hilton. The Education Support Professionals of the Year, every cafeteria worker in Canyons District Schools. Our Student Support Services Professional of the Year is our Library and Media Specialist, Gretchen Zaitsev. Our Community Partner of the Year, Tacos El Cuñados. Volunteer of the Year was Rebecca Martin, the PTSA President at Hillcrest High. The elected officials of the year were those who stood in support of public education and the fight against vouchers, and those were Senator Kathleen Reeby, Representative Andrew Stoddard, Representative Galen Benyon, and Representative Steve Elison. And the Legacy Award, the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Canyon School District, was given to Dr. Bob Dowdle, who is our inaugural Assistant Superintendent, who after more than 30 years as an educator retired last year. So congratulations to all of our Apex Award winners. And our final honorees are kind of the backbone of the school operations, our education support professionals. Now, the National ESP Day is tomorrow, and we've encouraged everyone to stop and thank an ESP. They truly are the people who keep us running smoothly. They're often the very first people that our children see every day. When they stand at the bus stop and the doors open, they see a bus driver. When they come to school and see that things are clean, they see the AFMs. Our ESP help our students be productive citizens and serve our communities with pride. Now, I understand the board would like to honor our ESPs with a resolution that we would like to read into the official minutes and to proclaim to our community our respect and the recognition of the work our ESP do on a daily basis. Vice President Oakes.
Thank you. Whereas, as part of American Education Week, a National Education Support Professionals Day has been celebrated since 1987. And whereas a 2020 House concurrent resolution approved by the General Session of the Utah Legislature designated the Wednesday during the week that precedes the Thanksgiving holiday as Utah Education Support Professionals Day. And whereas the day honors the dedication of education support professionals in Canyons who work tirelessly to ensure the seamless continued operations of schools and programs. And whereas the Canyons Board of Education recognizes and respects the contributions that education support professionals make in creating and maintaining clean, secure, prepared, and welcoming public schools for every Canyon student. And whereas education support professionals play vital roles in the college and career readiness of every Canyons District student. And whereas Canyons District joins in celebrating National Education Support Professional Day and honors the daily endeavors of CSD's information technology professionals, custodians, administrative assistants, office staff, business managers, instructional aides, bus drivers, nutrition service workers, school nurses, maintenance workers, and so many others. And now, therefore, I, Amanda Oakes, speaking on behalf of the Canyons Board of Education, recognize November 15th, 2023 as Education Support Professionals Day and acknowledge the vital work done by education support professionals in Canyons School District.
Let's give all our ESP a round of applause. As you can see there, we say a giant thank you to our ESP, who do a phenomenal job and truly are the backbone of our school operations. President Schill, thank you for the time that you give to us to recognize those in our community who make us Canyon strong. I turn the time back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haney. So we have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting. She's right over there. Or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes, and those representing groups will be given, a group will be given 5 minutes. The board secretary has a timer and a buzzer, so be listening for that. That means your time is up and to wrap up. Comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if a patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. And comments must be age appropriate, considering children who may be present or viewing online. Okay, I'm gonna say a couple names at a time, and so just that next person be ready to come up. Make sure the green light is on that microphone. Okay, the first person is Kaylee Herman, and then Adriana Barron. I hope I said that right. Sorry, I don't have my glasses. I can't see. It's typed very tiny. So, if I say your name wrong, please correct it when you come up to the microphone. Okay, so Kaylee, please come up.
Members of the school board, my name is Katie. I'm the president of the debate team at Jordan. Press that button. Green light. Okay, is it working now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Esteemed members of the school board, my name is Kaylee Herman. I'm the president of the debate team at Jordan High School and a former student council member of Eastmont Middle School. Today, I stand before you to advocate for a very important topic that has come up in recent school board meetings. I advocate for the continued operation of Eastmont Middle School and Jordan High School. The decision to close these educational institutions should not be taken lightly, and I'm here to provide you with a compelling case as to why these cultural and educational institutions should remain open. According to data from the U.S. News, the decline in enrollment is not unique to Eastmont and Jordan, but is part of a broader demographic trend. It is important to note that Jordan and Eastmont are not alone in facing declining enrollment. Additionally, research has shown that closing a school can have adverse educational impacts. The closure itself may disrupt student learning, separating them from their peers and teachers, making it difficult to adapt to new rules and requirements. This in turn may lead to lower levels of learning for students, affecting their academic progress. Smaller class sizes and community-centered schools, which Eastmont and Jordan currently represent, can positively influence student performance, as cited in a study from Science Direct. The Department of Education has cited low performance as one of the main reasons for school closures. However, neither Eastmont nor Jordan High School falls into this category. Therefore, there are no academic reasons to justify their closure. Furthermore, schools play a crucial role in the community. The presence of well-performing and accessible schools adds significant value to properties in the surrounding areas. Families often prioritize living in neighborhoods with quality educational options, which drives demand for homes in these areas. As the National Bureau of Economic Research suggests, an increase in per pupil state aid can significantly enhance housing values. By preserving these schools, we not only maintain the educational standards, but also contribute to the overall desirability of the community, ultimately benefiting the local real estate market by increasing property values. As a study by the National Bureau of Economic Research has shown, a $1 increase in per pupil state aid increases per pupil housing values by about $20, indicating that potential residents value educational expenditure. Closing schools may also lead to increased transportation costs and decreased accessibility, which can disproportionately affect students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. It's been found that schools being closed are more likely to be located in minority, socioeconomically disadvantaged neighborhoods, thus widening racial and socioeconomic gaps. Moreover, the closure of schools can have a significant impact on the social and emotional well-being of students. Longer commutes and reduced participation in extracurricular activities can hinder their overall development, as seen in the study from the National Library of Medicine. One alternative is to merge schools with lower and rapidly declining enrollment to Eastmont Middle School and Jordan High School. This would optimize resource allocation and maintain educational opportunities for all students. We can also establish community partnerships with local organizations, nonprofits, or businesses with a need for another physical location to use part of the school for community programs, generating additional revenue. Repurposing spaces within the school building for community use, offering specialized education programs, promoting after-school programs, and implementing flexible schedule can attract a broader student population. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No clapping, sorry. We need to maintain decorum. So the next one, I think it's Abriana. Is that better? Okay, thank you. Abriana Barron and then Keegan Grow will be next.
Good evening. My name is Abriana Barron, and I am the student body officer, student advocate for Jordan High School. Today, I have been asked by the community of Jordan High School to speak upon not only the want, but the needs of improvement to our school. Our current building was constructed over 30 years ago, and with 30 years of serving the community, the building has aged. As a student advocate, I am asked to communicate the needs of our students, and the number one thing I am told is of the improvements that need to be made to our school. The first and fourth most common issue is our restrooms. Whether the men's or the women's room, tiles are cracked, many sinks barely trickle, and water leaks from the ceiling. Reoccurring every year, there is water on the floor of 3/4 of the restroom due to this leak from the ceiling. This issue does not only affect the student body, but also invokes a negative public image. Like many other high schools in the district, our building is used for bantam sports, middle school debate tournaments, and school-sponsored events, of which, upon entrance to a restroom, one will see water on the floor. This is disgusting to the student body and to the public using our school. This is not solely a problem in our restrooms, but also in our locker rooms. Our athletes are asked to work hard and perform in and outside the classroom, but are not given a clean space to change and strategize a game plan. As a member of the high school's volleyball team, I can personally attest to this. The ceiling has a reoccurring leak, and the griminess of 30 years of athletic use that even when cleaned by the janitorial staff at the end of the week is still present. New locker rooms and a facility like a field house found at Hillcrest, Brighton, or Alta that could house our sports teams would assist in letting our athletes train. Additionally, it would show a commitment to our athletics at Jordan that have been demonstrated to other schools in the district. A similar problem has been found in our performing arts. At Jordan, we take a tremendous pride in our performing arts, but over the last 2 years, our sound system has gone from working but producing poor sound quality to being unable to produce any sound. In short, the subwoofer and the 3 horns have completely blown out. Due to that, our drama and music departments have had to rent out equipment for recent performances. These repairs are realistically impossible. Therefore, the whole system is in need of replacement. We also have a concern for safety at our school, as our main front office has little to no visibility of the entrance of our school. Adding a secure vestibule in the front of the school would require parents and students to check in through the main office before entering the school. By adding such a feature, our school would instantaneously become safer due to our one entrance that is always unlocked being monitored of who comes in and out of the school during school hours. I would like to thank you for this time, but also emphasize that this is what needs to be done at Jordan to be equal with the other high schools and to maintain equality in the Canyon School District high schools. As mentioned, these issues are not just wants, they are needs of our community and student body, of which need to be addressed as soon as possible. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Next we'll have Keegan Grow and then Enoch Grow will be next.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Keegan Grill. I'm also a student body officer. I'm a service vice, and I'm representing myself as well as Jordan student government, and thus representing Jordan as a whole. And I just wanted to address the need in funding that has been evident throughout issues at Jordan. Sorry, just a little bit like that. Just to address the need in funding for Jordan to provide equitable opportunities for all students in Canyon School District. A big problem that I've noticed throughout Jordan is our test scores are significantly lower, as well as our graduation rate compared to other schools. And as well as our attendance, sorry, just stumbling over my words. As well as our attendance, we according to Public School Review in 2022, Jordan High School has a population of 1,800, and we've actually declined 8% in the past 5 years. Was schools, Corner Canyon has grown 11% in the past 5 years. Brighton has grown 13%. Alta has grown 23%. Chris has remained stagnant. And what I want to address is why our test scores are lower and why our population is significantly decreasing. This all leads back to the funding in Jordan and the investments that are being made in Jordan High School. A major part of what I see this is, and I've countless examples of this, is our sports teams. Our sports teams are our lack of a field house and our sports teams drastically decreases our odds of improving as student athletes, as well as not receiving the right funding for students athletes, lowers their ability to compete in the region and in region play. And then this leads to a domino effect. When our student athletes leave schools to go to better funded schools, for example, you want to play on the Jordan football team. They don't have as good of a coach or a field or a stadium or a field house. You're gonna go to Brighton. They have state-of-the-art equipment in their field house, in their weight rooms, in their training. What happens then is after that student athlete goes, he takes his student athlete friends with him. They all want to compete together. After that, their peers follow him, their friends, their families, and it creates a precedent in that family and even in that neighborhood. There are complete neighborhoods that are supposed to be in Jordan boundaries that now decide to go to Alta, to Brighton, because of the opportunities that are provided at other schools, because of their better equipment and then it creates a widespread domino effect that we're just going to continue to lose students and we're going to lower our test scores because our student athletes are usually kept to a higher rigor of classwork and they have to keep their grades up. They have to be good in their academics to play. And if we just continue to let people change schools, let people to like move schools and it's just a really significant problem I've seen. And it'll lead to eventually the board will probably realize, oh, Jordan is so low. Their proficiency in all in reading and math isn't up to par. It's probably time to dissolve Jordan, get rid of it, and bus out the students elsewhere. And that's a problem with Eastmont. And another thing I wanted to mention briefly was the situation with Eastmont, where I see another possible domino effect if the board is looking to basically get rid of Eastmont. What happens is Jordan will continue to lose students because those people will go to, I'm not sure about like all like the redistricting or whatever will happen with there, but they'll realize, oh, this effort isn't being put into Eastmont and Jordan as that is being put into other schools, that they're being allowed these opportunities that just isn't fair to the Jordan students that are already at a disadvantage due to a lot of their economic reasons. We have the second highest rate of Canyon School District of living in poverty. And we need school to be that safe place, that place where they have the funding needed to achieve what they can achieve in life, especially for our student athletes, as well as even just having the right restrooms to go in. I've encountered this problem in my locker rooms. It's completely unacceptable for me to walk into a locker room and for there to be water on the floor leaking from our building. So to the point where I don't even want to change in there. I don't want to get my shoes wet. I'm going to go find somewhere else to change. I'm going to go change into a bathroom where it's not meant for you to change in. And thank you for the time is now yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Enoch Grow, and then after him will be Heber Sharp.
Good evening. My name is Enoch Grow, and I am an 8th grader at Eastmont Middle School. My 3 older siblings also attended Eastmont. Eastmont has a much longer tradition than just my family, though. It is one of the oldest schools in Canyon School District with many amazing traditions. Rather than tearing down Eastmont, it would be better to renovate it and give it new life. Why did you remediate the asbestos from Eastmont if you were just going to tear it down? To remediate and tear down is simply an irresponsible use of funds. Eastmont is a good school, even though it is in one of the poorer areas of the district. It gets high test scores and has a plethora of electives. Why not help the schools who need your help most? Even with the struggles the students of Eastmont are faced with, we persevere. Going to a school close to you matters. Going to a school with good staff and community matters. The history matters. Eastmont matters. In the last district board meeting in October, it was mentioned that schools have 900 to 1,400 students. Smaller schools like Eastmont build better community and can give better education as well. In addition, we could redraw the borders so that all schools have an equal amount instead of having 500 at Eastmont, 900, and then 1,400 to provide all students with an equal education opportunity. In addition, if we get rid of Eastmont, what will happen to Jordan High School? Is tearing down Eastmont the first step to getting rid of Jordan? I'm excited to become a beat digger this year and join the oldest tradition in the district. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll have Heber Sharp and then Jake Despain.
Hello, my name is Heber Sharp. I am also an 8th grade student at Eastmont Middle School. And I would like to read an essay to you today. In the face of ongoing debates about the viability of various educational institutions, the question of whether to keep Eastmont open emerges as a crucial and continuous issue. Celebrating its rich history, Eastmont has been a pillar of the community for 50 years, contributing significantly to the academic and personal development of generations of students. The school's impressive statistics, including a high percentage of experienced educators, all point to the undeniable benefits of preserving Eastmont. Additionally, the potential impact on the lives of at least 45 dedicated individuals who stand to lose their jobs if the school shuts down adds a human dimension to this crucial decision. A critical aspect of a school's success lies in the quality of its teaching staff. Eastmont excels in this regard, with an impressive 83% of teachers boasting 3 or more years of experience, as according to grade schools. This figure surpasses the state average of 81%, indicating that Eastmont has a stable and experienced faculty. The importance of experienced educators cannot be overstated, as they bring a wealth of knowledge, refined teaching skills, and a deep understanding of their students' needs. By retaining such a high percentage of seasoned teachers, Eastmont ensures a stable and enriching learning environment for its students, while also safeguarding the jobs of these dedicated professionals. Eastmont, with a population of 663, boasts a smaller and more intimate setting compared to a larger school. This smaller size contributes to the development of strong and meaningful relationships between students with a wide variety of backgrounds. The close-knit community fosters a sense of belonging and support, allowing for personalized attention and a more individualized approach to education. Students at Eastmont benefit from an environment where they are known by name, creating a positive and nurturing atmosphere that enhances the overall educational experience. Eastmont, with the smallest boundaries among the district, has the flexibility to adapt to changing population dynamics. In the event that the population becomes a challenge, the district option to reassess and adjust school boundaries. This proactive approach ensures that schools can effectively manage its population and maintain an optimal learning environment for students. The ability to rearrange boundaries offers a practical solution to the potential challenges associated with the population growth, highlighting the district's commitment to the long-term success of Eastmont. Beyond the academic achievements, Eastmont distinguishes itself by offering a diverse array of after-school programs catering to the varied interests of students. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jake Despain and then Valeria Espinoza. We're having a little technical difficulty. I don't know. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's a little tapping. So we're going to try to figure that out.
Awesome. Great. Hello, I'm Jake Despain. I represent Eastmont Middle School and the Eastmont Middle School student government. There are a few points I'd like to touch on with the goal of advocating for Eastmont Middle School. Firstly, I'd like to start with the impact and importance of EMS on the community. Eastmont, with a very unique architectural design, has the largest size auditorium belonging to a middle school in the district. As the lead AV technician, I can attest to the quality technologies, facilities, and location of our school. The venue is very commonly used throughout the community, from political campaigns, dance recitals, basketball and soccer games, ballet productions, and far and few between. All of these events and more are happening here. Before I attended the school as a 6th grade student, I had already been able to perform and attend events at the school. These opportunities give me and new students a common and existing connection and knowledge of Eastmont before they go there. Not only is this helpful to students and families, but the many people and organizations who are able to use this rare kind of venue and space for a very affordable price. Starting this week, work on the annual Nutcracker begins. The next point is the staff at Eastmont. Eastmont employs numerous award-winning staff and administrators who make the school a better place. I have multiple siblings who attend Indian Hills Middle School. It has been honestly truly painful to watch their experiences the last 2 years compared to mine. Currently, my sister has a total of 6 assignments on her Q1 math grade. This is one of many examples I could share, but it shows an example of an otherwise straight A student getting a B+ in math because she missed 2 questions on 2 assignments that she was unable to retake. This is only one example that siblings and parents have faced regarding other middle schools, leading me to have an even stronger opinion towards Eastmont. The Eastmont staff boasts outstanding statistics regarding teacher experience, education, and qualifications, giving the school a better, more secure learning environment. The school culture of Eastmont is quite unbeatable and truly unique. Eastmont is one of the poorer and more diverse schools in the district. This really creates a rich, inclusive culture across the entirety of this establishment. This enhances the relationship and inclusion of all of our students and teachers. Growing up in this environment encourages students to include all and limit judgment against other students. Another point of concern is school population. Compared to other schools of 900 to 1,400 students, the most recently reported 663 students and lower is quite little. If you look at boundaries, however, there is a reason for this number. By land, Eastmont has the smallest boundary of all middle schools in the district. Due to this, due to the number of very little students in the district, it is very common to have the opportunity to meet and personally know every single one of your fellow students and teachers in the school. This allows for more personal connections with students, teachers, and administrators within our school. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Valeria Espinoza and then Claire Toon.
Hi, I'm Valeria Espinoza. I'm part of the student body officer. I'm a community and cultural liaison, and I'm here to speak on behalf of our not only Jordan, but also the Canyons community. We need to speak on, as we want, Canyons talks a lot about having inclusivity and equality within our schools and high schools. And we need to, we feel as board members, we should focus on all schools and not try to focus on our schools that you guys are in charge of. Yes, you also have to focus on your own school, but we need to focus on the lower schools like Jordan and Eastmont schools that have a higher minority percentage and poverty percentage. Because if we can fix these schools, like the small problems and the bigger problems that we have, especially in our sports teams, like also with our softball house and other items like that, or microphones and performing arts, if we can help improve these items, I feel like it would help greater encourage these students to care about our school if our board members and families can show that this school does matter and it does have a long history. And if we can encourage it and help push it onto each other, it would help encourage these students who are skipping school and not caring for it to show that it does matter as we're fixing small issues like drinking fountain filters and having more encouraging stuff within our sports like field houses and better equipment. I feel like keeping that up to date with a lot of stuff that we have a problem with, especially with our performing arts equipment. There has been issues that the tech people that run our musical theaters arts have addressed, having to not be able to have certain items that work like other schools do. Canyon School District preaches a lot about equality within our high schools, but it is not shown to all high schools within our region. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Claire Toon and then Steven Saguriyama. You're gonna have to correct that. Thank you.
First off, I just want to say I'm so proud of the representation here of these students. Like that's unbelievably respectful. You have my ultimate respect, all of you who have come and been brave enough to stand up for something you believe in. My name is Claire Toon. I am a citizen and not seeking an appointed or elected position. Malcolm Gladwell speaks of a non-traditional approach that was taken to counter New York City crime in his book, The Tipping Point. Just as a few broken business windows and a little graffiti spurred more grievous crimes, cleaning up the subway one train car at a time also brought about a tremendous change in community pride and therefore a large reduction in crime. While our students are not comparable to the toughest groups in downtown New York City, they would receive a measurable boost in morale with a facelift to their schools. Updates would also serve to attract smart and strong students and families as well. Our demographic is changing. In the spring of 2019, my family moved to our current home near the Sandy Library. Before the end of the summer, 2 other young families had moved to our neighborhood. All 3 families replaced elderly ones who had either died or had decided to scale down. This exciting trend has continued in the following years. We need new blood. We need to attract a demographic that takes pride in their homes, yards, neighborhoods, and communities. Nicer schools will help this cause. Finally, as has probably been mentioned in emails sent in, it only seems fair and equitable that our schools get their turn, receiving needed updates just as other schools within the district have. We sincerely hope all board members will see the wisdom in this important investment of time and money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Stephen, and repeat your name when you come up to the microphone, please.
So Sugiyama is divided into 2 kanji characters. Sugi means cedar tree and Yama means mountain. So I try to explain how to pronounce Japanese names because they can be tricky, but they're pretty simple. They actually pronounce like Italian, quite honestly. My name, as I mentioned again, Stephen Sugiyama, and I woke up earlier this week to a sign in across the street from where I live, notifying us that the city of Draper was going to rezone school property on 1700 East, about 126 South. You may be familiar with a big open 11 acres there. Beautiful property that got horses there right now, and I was kind of sad to see that they wanted to do something there that's not currently there. But I'd also heard that Canyon School Board was thinking of revamping their CTEC program and looking to expand it because my son, my older son, went to JTech because they didn't have biotech or farm tech. But those are, I think oncoming right now with CTEC, and I'd like to see that. But I wanted to propose perhaps if the school board doesn't sell this property and elects to retain this property, to turn it into something that would reflect a little bit of the heritage in that area. My family were farmers in Draper, and of course Jordan, the Beet Diggers, and Conwood Heights, and all these communities, had farming, but there's very little places that still reflect that farming community in the Canyon School District. And this is one of those places, and I presented some pictures that you can look at later that kind of show Wheeler Farm as how they preserve the agrarian lifestyle. And I propose that, Canyons look at making a STEM-based CTEC program that does a little bit with plants and agriculture to help the kids, not only with nutrition, but maybe some of the up and coming problems that we have, such as the Great Salt Lake drying out, and using plants to help mitigate the problems with dust and such. So I just wanted to mention that to the school board and hope that maybe if the sale of this property doesn't go through, that the school district reconsider using it for CTEC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to thank everyone that has come to speak today. And I know we love to hear from students, and I know it takes a lot of courage to get up here and to speak in front of us. So thank you so much for taking time and coming and speaking so eloquently. And now we will move on with our meeting. So the next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. And I will now take a motion to approve that. And please read all of the list, please.
I'll make a motion. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda for today, which includes item A, approval of minutes for October 17th, 2023. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. Item E, approval of October financial reports. Item F, approval of East Midvale TSSP Land Trust Amendment. Item G, approval of memorandum of understanding between Canyon School District and Alpine School District regarding Suncrest busing.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes and is unanimous. The next item on the agenda is new business, and we'll start with item A, strategic plan focus group report, operating systems, and Leon Wilcox, business administrator, will present that.
Thank you, President Shield. Certainly appreciate all the students and other patrons coming and addressing us tonight. We certainly value their input and really appreciate them taking the time out of their schedules to come visit with us tonight. So thank you very much. Just go quickly over our operating system. So want to acknowledge Amanda, Nancy, Mont, absent tonight, but they're the board members representing us, and then all the district administrators who serve on this committee. I think we're a little unique committee in that, you know, we don't have lots of items on our agenda, but we go into some pretty deep discussions on each one. Our last meeting last week, we had 5 agenda items. In an hour and a half, we got through 4 of them. So we talked quite a bit on each one and really have some deep discussions on them. And so we're bringing what we've talked about to you tonight on these discussions. The first one is the cell tower revenue sharing. So it's been brought to our attention. Appreciate Tom. Sure, what he's been one of the spearhead driving forces of this. So, you know, a decade ago, we updated a procedure where we would take all our cell tower money and it's roughly $400,000 we collect each year. And the school that houses those cell towers would get 85% of the money. Those who don't have a tower would pool it in a pot and distribute out to each school who does not have a cell tower at that school. And so based on per student counts. And so we've done that the last little while, and we've looked at the issue we're having is that we have 26 cell towers. 12 of those are at our high schools. And they get, you know, a larger amount of TSSA. They get a lot of trust land funding. They can also charge registration fees, things that our elementary schools just do not have. So what we're proposing is that we reduce the amount kept by the whole school from 85 down to 75, not much there, but also cap the maximum amount each school can get at $30,000. So there's 2 schools who would get over 30,000 that would lose, you know, be capped, and that's Brighton and Jordan. But what this does is this puts about 20, you can see the amount there, about 18,000 more at the elementary schools, about 7,000 more at the middle schools, takes 25 from the high schools. We'd also recommend there's a tower that sits right between Midvale Middle and Midvale Elementary. We'd call it Midvale Middle's Tower. We'd recommend that get split. what we've done is, we've, on board docs, we've put together a possible draft recommendation that, you know, the committee would like the board to approve at the our next meeting on November 28th, beyond the consent, where we'd go with this plan of changing the distribution starting next year. That'd be our FY 25 year. So there's that, again, on the cell tower distribution there. This is probably the biggest one that we're working through, our elementary task force. Big thank you to those who are here who serve on that task force. That would be Sally, Alice, Amber, Steve, who, you know, this is a big item and a big move here. As part of negotiations this last spring, we agreed to assemble a task force. We appreciate the representation we have from CEA on that, where we look at, and some of our elementary principals, where we look at more PLC and planning time. And how do we go about doing that at our elementary, within our elementary day? And so we're looking at something with brain boosters, recess / copy, or recess aids. How does our Friday schedule look? Do we shorten up our Friday schedule? We do get into some transportation logistics in some of this as well, with busing on Friday. So we're looking at all that. Right now, at our next meeting, we're gonna discuss this again. That's the first week in December, our next committee meeting. But we do plan to bring a proposal back to the board, hopefully on the December 12th, or multiple proposals, I should say, that we can start talking about and moving forward if we want to look at making a change there. So that will be upcoming, but that's been a big one we've talked about. Couple of our topics, you know, that they, you know, all of our committees, they're operating great, but there's some overlap. We know that naturally. And so a couple of these things, I know we talk about our teacher morale and some of the teacher resignations in the human-centered support committee. But that's one thing we're looking at as well. We've had 13 secondary teachers resign, retire since the start of the school year. That's far more than usual. We had about that many last year, but before then, that's far more than we've ever had. We're trying to find out what the factors are. We know from about 7 of them, roughly half, it's been family and mental health issues. Is there some way we can, as a district, get better supports? And we've talked, maybe there's some life coaching lessons that we could incorporate in there or something like that. But I know Human Centered Supports is looking at that one as well. Again, Human Centered Supports looking at this one as well, our daycare and preschool, which may help in some of these resignations. We know we need to expand that. We have one preschool, again, Jordan High is the one daycare that's at Jordan High right now. We are looking at what can we do to expand either at there, or certainly keep it there, but you know, can we expand to other schools in the district? We did a survey, we got a lot of response back. There's a lot of need out there, especially with COVID funds expiring in the state. They do expect, you know, some daycares preschools will be impacted by this. So we're trying to find out what we can do there. Jordan High, everybody put down their first choice or second choice, and Jordan High was the combined highest, you know, which makes sense. You know, they're the center of the community, of the district. So we'll look at maybe expanding there, but also can we go elsewhere in the district as well? So Steve's he's done a fantastic job at going over this, reviewing what we can do. He'll be presenting at our next board meeting on the 28th. So we'll look forward to that. Big thank you to Steve. Some of the upcoming initiatives that we're going to continue to talk about is the task force, cell phones in classrooms. I don't know if the kids here have any comments on that. You know, do we need to look at something there? You know, we have a policy. We need something feedback from we want principal feedback as well. Also, our DLI programs, we've seen some decrease in our enrollments there. I was up at Ridgecrest today, you know, with their Chinese DLI, Sarah told me there could be around, trending in the high thirties where we need the 56 has been our standard. So that's been that's a little worrisome. The window closes a week from today. So we hope, we're gonna review the applications and where we're at with that. We know we've had, Oak Hollow's French program has dropped quite a bit. And so that's, it's expensive to keep maintaining this program, and what do we want to do with that moving forward? And we're going to continue to track our teacher resignations, morale. We'll also be looking at some evaluations and communication procedures in the district moving forward. So with that, that's all I have. Is there any comments, questions?
Okay, any questions, board? Mrs. Nybar?
So with the cell tower revenue with the high schools, you have on that slide, you have mentioned there about the Midvale Middle and Midvale Elementary, but with the high schools, is the cell phone tower revenue for all five? Will it affect all five of those high schools when we're talking about reallocating the percentage?
Yeah, each high school has at least one tower.
Okay,
Brighton has 3, Jordan has 3. Alta Corner has 2. I think Alta's down to 1.
so
But yeah, it would affect all of them,
all high schools,
Yeah.
but in a different way because some have more than others.
but in a different way, yeah. It's important to realize, again, we ran this by the high school principals. They were fine with it.
Mhm.
It's not a big, and their large revenue streams that they have. This is a very small amount here spread out over the 5, 25, roughly $5,000 each school,
Okay,
give or take, would lose. But it goes to the elementaries who could use it.
okay.
I know some of our high schools, have to give them credit. They actually give cell tower money to their
Yeah,
elementaries and their feeder, knowing that those elementary students will eventually become their students.
yeah.
And support
And
them
I know
way.
that has been a practice. I was just interested in the details of how much we're talking per high
Yeah.
school, if one high school was hit more than the other. and-
Roughly all 5.
Okay,
5,000.
and then all of,
I would say, Jordan would probably be hit the hardest because of their agreements, but it's overall, it's roughly 5,000 per school.
and
It
then,
might be a little-
okay, so for Jordan specifically, Dr. Eschler has a way to supplant that money that Jordan won't be
Yeah, yeah.
negatively affected.
Yeah, we run it by them and we feel like they're all on board with this, yeah.
Okay,
But it is going to, these other schools in the district, so we want to make sure that that's understood there, yeah.
yeah, when it comes back, I would love to have those details, just
Okay.
how much it's going to affect each school and how they're going to supplant the budget, just so that
Yeah.
we feel like we're not adversely affecting anyone, especially Jordan.
Yeah,
I have another question on other slides. Do you want me to continue, or are there more questions about cell phone tower? Okay,
Just that I would appreciate this to come back not on consent.
yes.
Yeah, Mrs. Oaks.
So just to clarify, Leanne, especially for how many Jordan students and parents we have here, I think it's important to recognize what cell phone tower monies can be spent on, what they cannot be spent on. Can you clarify that? Like, one of the most difficult parts of education funding is the fact that we have certain pots that money goes into, and we are very restricted about how they can be used. So.
Yeah, so it's good. Yeah, good question. Cell phone towers, what happens is the carriers, whether it's AT&T or T-Mobile, they come to us and wanting to put up a tower.
Mhm.
And they like the high schools because there's just more space there. And so this is not controlled by the state, not controlled by the federal government, but it's controlled by us. So what we do is we basically put no strings on the funding. So we give it to the schools, at the district here, we manage the contracts. We try to get a standard that they have to charge so much per month on each contract, and it has to go over so many years. Of course, they want longer years because they want their tower there a long time. But we don't put very little strings on what they can do. It does, any funding they get, they should take to their SCC, which it says in the our practice that we did 10 years ago. The principal needs to run it by their SCC on what they're going to do with this cell tower money. But at the district office, we don't put a lot of, we have restrictions on federal funds, on a lot of state funds we get, but nothing on cell towers that way. Yeah.
So can you give us a sample of what types of things the cell phone tower monies are used for at the high school level, maybe? I know it's a wide variance. Can you come up to the microphone?
Tom brought this up, he's gonna have to answer.
Cell tower funds are probably the most discretionary funds that high schools or any school has. They really aren't, like he said, earmarked for anything. You can use them for adult personnel, you can use them for kids, you can use them for at Brighton High, we had an application process through our SCC for teacher grants to help supplement classroom instruction or requests. They really are like very, very discretionary. Less red tape than any other funds that a school has. So.
And I know when this proposal was brought to us as a committee, one of the major concerns was that, we have some schools that are able to have cell phone towers based off of where they're located and others are not. And it's increasingly over time become an equity issue. So this is an attempt of the district to be able to make sure that things are more equitable and that different cones of students, like with the elementaries, middle and high school, that becomes more of a steady flow. Am I getting that correct?
Yes, and I would I'm glad you said that, because one of the biggest discrepancies is the ability to provide recognition for adults. I can only speak to the high school level, but I typically have sufficient funds to provide needs of children through my equipment budget, supplies budget, and other budgets. Any fees I collect, parking tickets, things like that, I use almost all of that extensively for student benefit. To have any funds that I can use to pay for a meal for adults or a t-shirt for adults, those funds are hard to come by, especially for our elementary schools with no cell tower accounts. So they see one school with a cell tower able to buy their foods, 3, 4, 5 meals a year and provide them a hoodie or something nice because of the discretionary funds that elementary A has. And elementary B has no discretionary funds, and so they're not able to provide the same resources. So it's an attempt to give all schools a portion of money that they can use for things of that nature, that just so everybody has a little bit of money like that.
Right. And it sounds like, when I'm looking at the numbers, these are not sufficient enough to be able to have major capital improvements like bathrooms, like some of those things. That's really has to be focused from other funding sources within the district.
Yes.
But, kind of like what you were saying, this kind of addresses more personnel needs at the local level. And we're trying to figure out a way to make that more equitable across the district.
It's not a huge amount of money for anybody. I think the highest is around 40,000 a year that they get. And a lot of schools have a pretty big residual that they have, that they've socked away for a rainy day, that the school community council helps to determine those funds. I feel like the attempt to equalize is also recognizing that the high schools, like Leon said, have the biggest share, and all the high school principals are like, if I can do something to benefit my elementary and middle school feeders through this small amount of money, and it helps those students or teachers in any way to retain them and to get me better product when they get to me, I'm in. So they're looking at this as a way to improve their feeder through a small effort to give them a little bit more funds at their discretion. So.
Thank you. That's helpful. And Leon, maybe you can give us a little bit more insight as far as when we're looking at the Jordan feeder, for instance, do Eastmont and Mount Jordan middle schools, do they have cell phone towers? No. So they would be some of the schools that would be benefiting from this. And then the elementaries that are feeding into those middle schools, is that the same situation? Okay.
Willow, Granite.
The vast majority of our elementary schools do not have.
Do not.
towers.
Okay.
Like, I think it's like 7 have towers and 22 don't, something like that.
Okay, that's helpful insight. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
I do.
Okay, well, I was gonna, anyone else have a comment before we go back to Holly? Okay, Holly, go ahead.
Okay, so for information coming back, that was so helpful. Thank you, Tom. I would still like to see what the amount is at the high schools and what they have been using it for and what the increase would be. We have percentages there and we have approximately how it's going to help elementary schools, but we don't have anything about the middle schools. So I would love to see how are we helping the middle schools? The only thing I see is the increase the amount received by elementary schools by approximately $1 amount and reduced from high schools, but I don't see anything on middle schools or
Sum those differences up. Elementaries go up 18, high schools will go down 25. Elementaries will get about 18 of that. Middle schools will get 7.
we
We do
get.
have some middle schools that have a tower. Butler has a tower,
Okay,
uh,
so
Albion has a tower.
bringing it back, it might be nice just to have all the schools, how many towers they have and how it's going to affect and help the middle schools too. And the elementary schools and just so we can see more of the details with it, I think.
Okay, so, I think we wanted to come back not on consent with a little more information. Okay, and now you've made me forget my question. Oh, okay, I got it. So I'm also wondering, are there any other changes to the policy? Because I know in the original policy that we said like if a school was offered a cell tower but declined it, they wouldn't allow, they couldn't get money from it. I mean, we're not doing that anymore. Like everyone will get it if they want it.
Yeah, we have not had a school decline the opportunity to have a cell tower. You know, the
At least
last
since
decade.
it's been Canyons.
Yeah.
We did have 3 schools lose towers when Sprint and T-Mobile, as they combined their towers.
Okay,
And we've had towers removed over the last decade. Eastmont used to have a tower, but they don't have one
okay,
anymore. But we're not changing that. No.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's all. Okay, we can move on to the next item then. Is that okay? Leon, do you have anything else? Oh, sorry.
Wasn't about cell tower. Yeah, I have. I was gonna say, we've done a lot of slides, but we only did some.
Okay. Yes.
It's a quick
Go
question.
ahead. No, that's fine. I'm just like.
I just want to clarify that on the elementary task force, that obviously these are only some of the ideas, and I'm assuming that the likely answer in the end would be that it's a combination of them. Because I don't see one of them. Some of these could not happen independently.
Yeah,
You'd almost
There's
have to
a-
combine them.
there's a big list they have.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
So, when they do the presentation in December, are they going to just tell us what they came up as a final one, or are they going to say these were things we thought of, but we're not? Because for
Both.
time efficiency,
Yeah.
just telling us their conclusion is probably adequate, but some of my board members like to know the
Yeah.
exact details.
No, we're gonna come up
So-
with options
Okay,
and
multiple
multiple
options.
options and some of the things that maybe, I think, put everything out there on the table that they've discussed, and they've discussed a lot. There's 17 people on the committee, so
Yeah.
they've done
And I
a lot of
trust
deep
their
discussion.
judgment because you have
Yeah.
people who are vested in this.
Mm.
And I know that they're going to come up with something that could be very viable for the
Yeah,
for the
sure.
district. So I just wanted to clarify that when they come back, there'll be a little more information than is here, and that we'll have
Yeah,
multiple.
they're still meeting and
I'm sure they are.
discussing and yeah, so,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. Don't want to just put a little trailer out there, not a whole. Yeah,
Just
Yeah.
gave us a little trailer, a
little
little
trailer,
taste.
movie trailer out there.
Assurance they're still working on it?
Yes.
No, I knew they were still working on it. It's a warm up. All right, I love it. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Nywer.
Super quick question. Extending the elementary school day, is that just for contracted teacher time or for students too, with that option? Students too?
Students too.
Oh, okay.
Again, movie trailer,
right?
Uh,
More to come.
more to come, a lot
Okay.
more to come on that. Stay tuned,
Okay.
but we'll have to see, because all these have to work together. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Tinky.
Yeah, thank you, Leon, for this report, and thank you, board, for your feedback. I mean, that's kind of why we have these committee reports, right? To get feedback from the board. So on the elementary school task force, really, I mean, even our committee, we're not weighing in on it. It was just that task force that's doing all of the work. They're just running it through
Yeah.
our committee report here.
Part of the negotiation agreement of those that it would go through high quality learning and operations, that the committee would form the task force and present to these. So that's why.
Mhm. And yeah, and then, like I said, thank you for the feedback on the cell tower thing. I was on the original committee that put those ideas together, and I think it is timely that we reevaluate and take a look at that program. And then also just on the daycare and preschool programs, I think when Steve Diamond reports, I think you'll get a glimpse of the complexity of this. It's not as simple as just saying, oh, here's an extra room. Let's use it in this way. So I hope that through some of these conversations, we can find some ways forward to provide these supports, but it is very complicated.
That's probably a little bit of an understatement on where to find space and modify that space to meet all the codes that go with it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. I think now we can move on, board. Okay, next we have item B, which is approval of the 2024 school calendar and tentative approval of 2025, 2026, and 2026, 2027 school calendars. And this is a second reading, and Sharice Hilton, Student Engagement Program Administrator, will be presenting.
Good evening, everyone. The only change you will see is that the start and end dates for kindergarten are reflected correctly based on the information we received as we discussed in the last time in the study session. So the kindergarten students will now start and end with grades 1 through 12. So that's the only difference you're going to see on the calendar that was put on board docs for tonight and that's reflected in the next 3 years of calendars. So that's the only difference you're looking at tonight and considering. So.
Okay, thank you. Board, are there any questions or comments for Mrs. Hilton? Yes, Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you for presenting these. It's just a small little detail.
Sure.
That I wondered, on the K-12 calendars, it indicates that every Friday is an early out, but it doesn't indicate that on the Brighton calendar.
Okay,
And I
so we
believe
will
that
get
is
that
the
at your
case
correct.
for Brighton as
Okay.
well. So,
We'll make sure Brighton gets out early on Fridays too. So
okay,
we'll get
thank
that
you.
added. Thanks, Nancy, for
Okay,
Getting that
anything else, board? Shortest item in history. Okay. But we will bring that back next meeting for a vote. We need to have 3 readings on that. So thank you, Ms. Hilton. Appreciate that. Okay, the next item is item C, and that is the Long Range Planning Committee, and Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator, will be presenting that.
Thank you again, President Shill. We went over this a lot in our study session it was a month ago in November, last meeting in November, on November 17th. We had a lot of slides there, and for reference purposes, I kept those same slides in this presentation. We're really not going to spend any time on them, but just for reference purposes, they're there, okay? On board docs, what we've done is gone through and there's a couple items on board docs just to go over. There's our strategic vision statement of the committee. There is enrollment history comparison. So we looked at enrollments by school. We went over this last time based on October 1 counts. from last year to this year and 6 years going back. Also, since then, we've done enrollment projections. So going out the next 5 years based on, we use varying factors in our software and based on where enrollments will go. We have those by school. Again, we continue to expect to go down in enrollment. Just so many factors. We've gone over them. Housing prices, interest rates, birth rate declines, aging neighborhoods, vouchers could become an issue as well. So that's out there. Also, to go along those lines, I think many of you may have seen this, but the Kim Gardner Institute at the U of U put out a report on, an aging drop in school-aged children over in Utah. So this is just looking at Utah as a whole. And so that report is out there just for the public to reference. So, in the next between now and 2032, we're basically at our peak. Between now and 22, they expect to lose maybe 40,000 or have 40,000 school-aged children. Then start to ramp back up by around 2040, and then go up from there, and then maybe another dip longer out. But obviously these are projections that they're put together. But I thought that was pretty interesting. It's not, they did specifically note that it's not going to be the same in every community in Utah. They expect more in Utah County, but Salt Lake County, some of the rural counties expect to be fewer kids coming in. So as we look at, again, long range, looking out just not next year or the next 2 or 3 years, but 6, 8, 10 years down the line, what do we do? Making sure we plan accordingly that way. And then, so you can see here, so we'll get to those right now. I just want to go over those with you. A couple items here as I scroll through here. I thought doesn't go with long range, but I thought I wanted to point out this. The state asked us to detail the number of full-day kindergarten students versus half-day. So you can see there are 1,948 kindergarten students. Only 73 took a half-day option. That's just under 4%. We really felt like there would be a strong need in this community for full-day kindergarten, and it's more than surpassed that from our perspective. So just to let you know that. Also on Eastmont, we did break out, we have priority 1, 2s, and 3s. Still refining these, but we did break out between 2s and 3s there. I won't spend a whole lot of time there, but the priorities ones basically stayed the same. But again, there's still, as we move forward, still some refining back and forth as we go through this process of determining what to address. So I'm going to go all the way here to some of the issues questions that were brought up by board members last board meeting. As a committee, we tried to make sure we address these tonight. So again, I want to just also note, the committee members, President Schill, Vice President Oakes, and Board Member Pedersen, the 3 board members on the committee. So, and if you guys want to chime in, please let me know and do so. So we have the elementary capacity. We went over this last time. That hasn't changed, but I just wanted to group it with the middle school, which is this capacity there. So you can see, and the high school is on the next slide. Keep in mind, at the elementaries, we broke out brain boosters and cluster units and special units like that. We did not do that at the middle and high school. We just took the raw capacity, raw number of rooms, and divided it by the October 1 enrollment. So you can see our capacity there at each school. Basically, Indian Hills about the only one that is at 100% capacity. High schools are getting full there. You can see again our capacity there at the 5 high schools. Again, that's based on their October 1 counts. Again, no adjustments for any special programs or anything like that for whether students are online, traveling to CTech, taking seminary, something like that. But just raw numbers there. The next one is, it was asked if we close a school, what would be the savings to the district? So to operate every school, we know there's a certain amount of overhead costs. And so it's both in people and in non-personnel items. First, just to hit the people, this is an elementary. These are just averages with the benefits for each one. So what I did is to get that principal at 182,000, I took all 28 of our elementary principals, took an average of their salary, and then the average benefit amount. Again, it will vary from school to school based on all these positions, but that just gives you a pretty good estimate there. So each school has an achievement coach, an SLP, either a psych or a social worker, admin assistant, a custodian, a part of a field tech, some hourly assistants, some sweepers, and around $860,000 in personnel savings if you close an elementary school. We want to emphasize we don't see anybody losing. All the teachers, if you close a school, go follow the kids to the other school. And we really don't see any of these positions due to how much attrition we have on an ongoing basis, losing position jobs as well, but just to make that out there. Also, there are non-personnel costs that are a lot less. So you have maintenance services, that's picking up the garbage, that's washing the windows, that's sweeping the asphalt. We do that a couple times a year. All repairs and parts. Then you have your utilities of natural gas, electricity, and sewer. Just took 5 of our schools and just did an average there. So you can see, it pushes $1 million for every elementary school you close. Could be a little bit of savings. I didn't calculate the lunch workers. How do they get dispersed? But also, if you close a school, maybe you need a vice principal at a neighboring school. So you could incur costs that way, or you have to move an SLP or something like that. So just to make sure that's noted as well. Same for middle school. I won't go through all the positions here, but you can see them. I included again, did the same type of average, took all our counselors out of middle schools and just took their average and times it by the number of FTEs. So we have 2 counselors at every middle school, going on down to the SLP, and we had 4 assistants and going down. So it gets about $2 million in personnel savings at a middle school. Over here on the right would be the non-personnel. Of course, middle schools are bigger, so they're going to have more utilities. They're going to have more parts, more repairs, things like that. So it gets in the $2 million range there. Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
I just wanted to point out for those that aren't familiar with the fact that the amounts on the top that are listed here include their benefits, their insurance. So if you're going, oh my gosh, they make $510,000, that's not their pay. It includes the benefits.
You got about 40% on, yeah.
Yeah.
And it also be noticed.
Just wanted to make note of that.
Finding the principal and the 2 APs in one line just to try to.
So when you look at these numbers, please don't die, because if this was just cash, I'm in line, but for another job.
Yeah.
It's not. It includes benefits. And so that's something we often don't remember is included. So if your husband's insurance policy was included with his paycheck, that would be your full amount. So it just have to make that comparison.
Yeah, you have to remember it's 30% for retirement, Social Security, and then you throw in another 15% or thereabouts, depending on what plan you're on or insurance on for health insurance. So it's substantial. Yeah. So there's that. As I'm on middle schools, I just want to go back to Eastmont, as we talked about Eastmont, and it's ESP Day tomorrow. I just want to acknowledge that our longtime AFM, Dale Burke, is retiring tomorrow from Eastmont. He's been there. I don't know if you guys know Dale. He's a tremendous guy. Been there for many, many years, 30 years in the district. We appreciate Dale. We're going to miss him. He's been through a lot keeping that building going. We have to give him a lot of credit through, there was a flood back 10 years ago in 2013. And he got it going there just a week before school. Many people don't remember that. So big thank you to Dell. Also, Judy Morgan, who has been their head administrative assistant ever since Canyons became district. She will be retiring, leaving us in December. So wish them the best of luck. So two valuable employees at Eastmont. So be leaving us. But again, thank you for all their service. So again, gonna switch gears now and go to, we call it a CTEC, but we're gonna try to get away from some of that nomenclature. Some of us have been to other academies around the nation. One of the things that we've heard is you shouldn't be using the 19th century term of CTEC, vocational ed, something like that. You need to focus on innovation, STEM type thing. So I'm going to call it a innovation center wherever we look at putting it. Now, that's by no means going to be the name, but just as we start talking about things, we're going to try to get away from some of those verbiages and use 21st verbiage of trying to some innovation center. Again, some of the things that we talked about last week, and again, the board asked us to bring back costs. We're looking at a center at either Mount Jordan, the current CTEC, Crescent View, Eastmont. Just want to go over those here with you. One of the things that a few of us did is we went up and saw the Davis Catalyst Center, and it was an impressive facility that they've had open now for about 2 years. But while I was there, I thought, they were saying kids were saying from what high school they're from. And so they said Syracuse High, that's my hometown. I'll have to get a shout out to that. But also Bountiful High, and they're I thought, well, they're quite a ways away. How far are these kids going, traveling each day? So I did a Google map and, did the time. So takes about 17 minutes or 9 miles from Syracuse, 20 minutes, 14 miles from Bountiful. So just to give you a reference there. So then what I did is between 8 and 8:15, couple days last week, I did the fastest route on Google. And so we know Google knows all, right? So I just did that and I came up with the minutes and miles. I took the longest if it changed, the miles didn't change, of course, but the minutes changed. So I took the longest, so from CTEC, from Alta to CTEC, from Alta to Crescent View, Alta to Eastmont, Alta to Mount Jordan. Just to say, hey, what does that look like? Knowing that these are going to be, if you're coming on a bus, going to take a couple minutes longer, likely. But just to give you a rough idea of the location. Now, I don't think any of those, Crescent View from Brighton to Crescent View gets, over 8 miles and close to 20 minutes. Is that too long? But that's the longest one there. But just wanted to show that as we evaluate, where to look at a center at and the time it would take our high school kids to get there. Also wanted to look at, something at the point. So I took that to go down off that 146 exit. There was that park and ride there. You really don't know where we'll be located at the point if we get property there. So I just took that exit. So to be relative, and you can see the time there. Again, for Brian, it gets up there. It gets, 25 minutes, 16 miles. That's a good ways. And there was a couple different ways you go, whether you go down 13th or whether you go up 215 around. So, and also Hillcrest over 20 minutes as well. So something to consider as we move to that thing, because it could take a while for our kids to get there. So we looked at the Mount Jordan. So these are the areas we looked at. And of course, we showed you this slide last time about building a 100,000 square foot CTEC just on the field there between Mount Jordan and the tracks. We'd be up against 9,400. I think it'd be closer to the tracks than the school, but this is just a rendering of what it could look like there. We're thinking this would be in the $55 million range. Again, the youth groups, the fields are heavily used there, but we'd look at relocating those to Union. So we showed you this slide last time. Big thanks to Scott later. He's here. So his firm MHTM put this together for us. One of the things about moving the fields to Union, the play fields to Union, is what it would look like. We had these drawn out, so we do feel like we could get 4 full-size soccer fields there on the top right column there, or miniature ones. It's just how you want to paint the fields, okay? Right now, you can see the faint lines there. We have 4 full-size soccer fields. They use that space between on the southwest corner as a practice spot between the tracks and the field there. That's where they use as a practice / warm-up area. So they will play both going north-south as this shows, or they will also play east-west too on these fields. Just how we map them out, and that's how we'll keep Union as well. So that's one option. The other option was, well, what do we look at just building at on CTEC? We think this is going to be 55 plus. The reason why it would be over the same similar building is we got to build around the kids. Well, what do we do with the kids there? We know those of us who went through trying to rebuild around Alta, Hillcrest and Brighton know what a challenge that is, trying to build a school while holding school. That's a challenge. So here's an option there to build there. We have 3 outbuildings as well, but 1 building there. We put down, is it better to sell this property and use the proceeds elsewhere for that? Another option, again, the same property, but just laid out differently. Again, probably the same cost that way, but so you can get a visual of how that could look there. We could look at renovating Crescent View. This is probably the cheapest option. It's one of the things about Crescent is it has what we call load-bearing walls, so that takes more money to do, but it's still feasible. We did that at Indian Hills. We did that at Albion. The Indian Hills renovation was 26.7 million. That was in 2017-18 before the big inflation. Took a little over a year to do, but really the programs we put in there is going to drive the cost. It's important to know that, if you're going to put a lot of high-tech programs, you're going to have more data, more power. That's going to drive the cost up. So, but that's probably the cheapest option, but we showed you the time differences going there. Eastmont, renovate that'd be more, but it's doable. But we always question, well, what about the auditorium, which is used a lot? What about the gym? And again, with any other building, the programs are going to drive the cost. So we want to build around the programs, not build the facility, then determine the programs, but determine the programs and then get an adequate facility for that. Eastmont, we looked at, well, you put an addition on there somehow. You're going to if you do renovate the building, then add an addition, that's just going to drive costs. Probably one of a more expensive item. This would be a smaller building, CTEC type building, but more. Another one is, well, what do we do? Take off the top and use the auditorium and something on the east side of that, keep the building as is, but that's going to be quite a bit of cost there as well. That's probably I put 60 to 65 million. That's probably being conservative there. So just a couple options on where it could look at that we were asked to bring back. One of the things we thought about is we want to look at putting programs into Jordan High. Here's the current Jordan High layout. We thought, well, what about if we add look at a couple CTEC programs there, and we'd build out to the south of Jordan High. I still want to emphasize, so those light blue areas is where we would build out or add on to Jordan High. Still want to emphasize that it's still going to be Jordan High. By no means is it going to be Jordan Tech or anything. It's still a high school. But we could offer, I don't know if it's cosmetology or welding or whatever, or we could look at robotics or something else and put it in there and, help it increase enrollment, drive enrollment that way. Students could enroll there for their core classes, full A day or B day. One of the things we really liked about one of the academies in Virginia is, they come the full day, do all their classes, and go back to their homeschool, A day, B day type thing. They do that also in the new one in St. George. So we'd like, that's just something that we could look at as we move forward. And then the Innovation Center, where we're located, would offer other programs that would still be determined. So, just adding on to Jordan High a little bit that way. here are some of our enrollments. We went over this with you with Doug and Janet, so these programs still have high demand. We got 100 kids in our cosmetology program, all these diesel, construction, welding, and there could be other ones that we'd look at as well. There wouldn't be a lot, there'd only be, 2 to 4 max that you'd look at bringing in there to Jordan High. Also, we looked at bond costs by municipality. So looked at all, broke out the 4 municipalities and looked at how much of all the bond projects from 2010 to 2017, one in 2010 and 2017 went to each municipality. You can see the amounts there. Won't go over every building there by any means, but it's a lot. Here's a summary. That's, that's 780 million. That's a big investment in our 4 communities over the last decade. So big thank you to this board, prior boards on that. That is also why we're out of money right there too, is 780 million spent. You can see who's got what. I don't know if this slide is really, and also it should be noted, I put in, it said is Union, does that serve Midvale City or does that serve Sandy City? Because it serves both. Located in Sandy, but it's many of the students who attend there reside in Midvale. So I did one of each to see where it's at. So you can see the percentages there. This, is not a real representation chart because inflation's gone up so high. When we built Corner Canyon for 80 million, it's a huge bargain now. But whereas in even Hillcrest and Brighton were considered big bargains now. But so you can see inflation. This isn't real representation because I didn't count for inflation in this, but just gives you a flavor of how much we've done by each municipality. Last slide is one of the last things that we, was on the bond 2017 was a West Draper Elementary. So we've always tracked the enrollments and the student growth out there. And you can see there, we have students who live between 114th, 123rd who attend Crescent and 123rd South who attend Willow Springs. So you can see how much what their enrollments has done still around that 300 mark. Crescent's gone up because they've been developing in that section there. Willow Springs has actually gone down. I think there's there's a percentage who go to the charter school out there that's close by. So, but you can see there, again, around 300 kids there. We also have about 60, 75 students who live in this area, permit to a variety of our schools as well. So with that, that's what we have as a committee. Before we go to questions, I'll ask any of the committee members if they would like to add anything. If not, we can, President Shield, if you want to open up to questions or anything like that.
Board, do you guys have any comments or questions? Okay, Mrs. Nybar, you can start.
Okay. Where to start? There's so much information, but thank you so much. A lot of the information we asked for, and I really like looking at this and more comprehensively. My first question is that demographic study that we were having done by a third party. What's the status?
I just can't get him to get back with me.
Okay.
It's still coming, but yeah, we don't have a report. I wouldn't, I hope we don't put a whole ton of stock in whatever he recommends. I think we can all be mini demographers in our area and look at what they've done at the University of Utah, and know that we see what we see out there.
Right.
So, yeah.
I know that that's something we contracted out and was a piece of the information to help us with some of these discussions. I do think we absolutely can be many demographers, as you said, in our areas and see what's happening. But I think in concern to what's going to happen at West Draper with the prison moving and how much is, going to be commercial and how much is residential and those types of things. I know we have a picture, right, of how much is going to be commercial, but there's some of that might be interesting.
And in all the defense to him, he would not have that access to that information.
Sure.
Because the Point Commission is still working on that, so.
Sure, sure. But kind of a part of this discussion as far as something we need to be looking for into the future. You know, I know you have included in here the West Draper folks and how their numbers are slightly down at Willow Springs, but we don't know that number might look very different after the prison moves and we have those developments and things. So even just looking at what those plans are for the Point, and I know they're fluid and they're continuing to discuss, but that's something we definitely need to have in the forefront of our mind when we're looking at, you know, just the enrollment that what we have right now in West Draper Elementary kids is not the full picture of what's going to be with West Draper. So I'm just mindful of that as you know, those are my constituents, those folks too. Okay, as far as a lot of questions. So when you have the cosmetology and the diesel construction welding, one proposition is that we would have at Jordan High School cosmetology, home construction welding, and diesel mechanics. But then you're saying, but likely not all 4 programs could be considered, but you presented all 4. So what are we thinking that way? You're saying we could not do all 4, but you're suggesting those are 4 options. Is that correct? Okay.
Those are 4 options,
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm really interested in surveying the Jordan High School community and taking it to the school community council. I had a great conversation actually with a Jordan High School mother just yesterday in our Sandy office. And she was telling me that she is a product of someone who, after finishing high school, did not have the funds, nor in her terms, the patience to go through college and take all of these general requirements for things. She knew what she wanted to do, and she works in accounting. She was talking about her son and how her son, she doesn't think that he's college bound, and he's been following her friend's husband around that's a plumber, and how there's a need for plumbing, right? Plumbing, electrical, there's some of these professions that
Huge needs, yes, we've been building, yes,
yes, right? We know all too well. And we have some of these that they're retiring and there isn't a workforce to replace them.
Correct.
And she was saying, you know, I think there's a real need. And it got me thinking about, you know, our students that aren't college bound. We say career and college ready, and what pathways for success we're providing to be career ready as well. I do love the idea of having more programs at Jordan High School for kids to be able to go straight into the trade industry, you know, where they're able to get some of these skills, and where we could expand things. You know, like some of your things, welding, construction, diesel mechanics. She was really excited about those options and talked about how it would be great if somehow that we could cut the time if there was a trade school after high school, if we could do more with that. So I would be really interested. I know we've talked to Dr. Eschler and we've talked to some people, but I would love to survey the community as far as which programs they'd be really excited about and that they feel, you know, would be used a lot with some of their kids. All right. Another thought was, okay, I went through and I took all the times of each, and then I divided it by the 5 high schools with your travel time. So it was interesting. And I wish Mont were here, because Mont and I had a conversation. He said, my gut is that Eastmont will be the fastest for everyone in the district. And if you average all the times and add them up, Eastmont's 9.6, Mount Jordan Middle School's 10.2, Crescent View's 10.6, the Point 16.6, as we well know, because for Brighton and Hillcrest is pretty far. And then of course, C-Tech, where we had it placed, is the least. It's 9.2. But Eastmont's close at 9.6. But that's interesting, because that's something Mont was telling me, is I think we're underestimating. It's really a central location. So I found that to be interesting, combined with the amount. So if we look at Eastmont, can you kind of go through that a little bit? You have 2 different options. Well, actually 3. You have Eastmont with existing building renovation, and then with addition, and then you have a second slide with a different addition. So can you kind of, some of this information on board docs we received kind of late, so it's a lot of information. So could you go over that with Eastmont? And what is the thought with that? Tell us the thought about the keeping the traditional.
I want to put Scott on the spot here. Appreciate Scott. Everybody knows Scott. He's been with us a long time.
Mm-hmm.
He's the architect behind Mount Jordan and Brighton High. So he and his firm put these together. You want to just give
Sure.
a brief?
Yeah.
30,000 square.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, you bet. So really, there's three options that we present. You can consider the Eastmont as 180,000 square feet.
Okay.
So when we talk about a CTEC or an innovation center, that's a distinct increase over the 100,000 that you're needing. And so option one would be keeping the existing building in place, doing remodel, making some improvements that are kind of listed out in that priority matrix,
Mm-hmm.
and then adding that new innovation center, which could be an 80,000. There's probably space to get that 100,000 square foot building. Option two, kind of cycle this, would be to keep some of the stronger community aspects of Eastmont, which would be your auditorium, your gymnasium, your shop spaces, and supplement that with a newer building with street presence along 13th East. And that could be up to that 100,000 square feet. There could be some conversations about where that needs to be. This would also solve a lot of the water migration issues that you're experiencing at that site and kind of create a distinct new Eastmont campus that's really kind of centralized. And then go the opposite way. Option three, or in this, I guess in your slide docs would be, go back to the first one. Yep. Perfect. Would be just remodel Eastmont as is. We kind of maximize that 180,000 square feet or create spaces for community within that. But really it's that conversation about Eastmont is bigger than you need for a innovation center at the moment. So does that answer your question, Holly?
Yeah, I think so. So the third one, I don't think you really talked about that. Remodel the west portion with gym and auditorium, or the slide wasn't up there. The one
Yeah,
that's
sorry.
the most expensive, the 60 million to 65 million. What was the thought behind that?
So keeping the large auditorium space, the gymnasium, the shop spaces that have a community aspect to them.
Mhm.
We're just showing these as two separate buildings. These could be combined into one big building.
I see.
Really with the grade change along there, 40 to 50 feet, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And the street presence for 13th could be very kind of a strong aspect for that innovation center. So creating street frontage, but maintaining those community programs.
Okay. So that, I think when you were speaking about that was the second slide that was up, but you were talking about that one. So that's preserving the gym
Mhm.
and the theater. Option two, the new 80,000 square foot building
Mhm.
and renovate current building. To be clear, is that keeping the gym and the auditorium?
Yes, it is.
It is as well.
Yeah.
So there's not a difference with that. Okay.
Correct.
And then the first one, Eastmont with existing buildings renovation. This is where you're saying this is renovating, but not putting it into any sort of like CTEC. This would be too. So then what's the difference? So the Eastmont with existing building renovation at 42 to 46 is different than the Eastmont with addition. I see the difference on the diagram, but all three are still purposing where we would preserve the traditional. No.
No, what this would be, this is not really something that the committee is recommending, but this would be converting Eastmont into CTEC, and that would be closing Eastmont. That's not what the board asked for all options.
Okay.
And so we bringing those options back.
I see.
Our recommendation is not to close Eastmont, but this was.
Okay, so none of these recommendations are to keep Eastmont and include a CTEC. Okay,
You could look at that on.
but that has not been presented. Okay,
Yeah, you could look at it here, okay? This would keep Eastmont and build the CTEC on the back side, but.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, another question I have is when we go to let's go up to the options here. So I noticed some changes. Again, we got these slides pretty late, so I noticed some changes from what was given to us October 17th in the options. Some of them are in red now. Can you go through that?
Are you talking about?
We have options 1, 2, 3, 4
So
up towards the
it's-
top of the slides.
these have not been
Well-
changed at all. Yeah.
Oh, you just changed the colors, but those aren't additional
Yeah, nothing
Okay.
is new here that we didn't talk about last.
because they were in different colors. I thought maybe you had made the
These were
adjustment.
same, all we're
In
doing,
policy committee, when we have a change, we call it the red line and it's actually in red font. So I was like,
Yeah,
are these different than last time?
Yeah.
No. Okay, you just changed the color. Okay,
the color was the same last time. We just tried to note the differences between option 1,
okay,
between option 2, option 3. That's all the color was. That was
Okay.
color was there last.
okay. I would love to have more time with all of this information that's been presented in study session. Simply because there's things on here. I know, Karen and I went and talked with Stacy at Eastmont Middle and talked about not only some of the improvements that they so much need, but thoughts about how to also provide programs there that keep kids and helping kids want to come into that school and make sure they're not leaving to other middle schools, and talking about possibly making establishing like a maker space. She's done a lot of work making sure that they're going to be nationally recognized as a STEAM school. They're an avid school. I'd love to. I think we need a study session on this one. That's what I think. I think there's so much on these slides. I have a ton of questions, but I don't want to go through them all right now, but I'm sure everyone has a lot of questions, but I feel like there's so much to go through. So that's my initial thought.
Okay, Mrs. Tingy. Okay, can Mrs. Pedersen just go in responding to?
Just responding. I think as a committee, we've never said we're going to get rid of Eastmont. We just had to look at all the possibilities. I mean, if you don't, you're not doing your diligence. So these slides are not our choice, our final choices by any means. These are just things that we threw out there and just wanted to look at. We actually are leaning very heavily towards what can we do to preserve the feeder system for Jordan High and Eastmont. And how can we keep that program strong and robust, yet make the schools safe? And so some of these, like putting CTEC there on the same campus, could attract more people over there. So I'm not saying we couldn't do that, but when you say we're going to get rid of Eastmont and just put CTEC there only, I don't know that that was ever really an option that we discussed. So these are all just the ideas that we've been tossing around. We haven't been able to, now that you guys are seeing all the background that we've been doing, you can see how many variables we've been trying to work with. And now we're getting down to the nuts and bolts where we're going to have to start eliminating and focusing on what we need to do. So I'm not writing off Eastmont by any means, no way. And Jordan, we just want to make sure the very best programs are in Jordan, and those needs, we're going to get them met. We just haven't decided what the means is in the process is, because unfortunately we have to fund it. So it's on there. It's a priority. But I wanted you to know that we know how important Jordan is and the historical significance of Jordan and the contributions that Jordan makes to this district. So we don't want you to feel like you're the little kid left behind, you know. You are an important and have been a flagship for our district from when you were moved over here to the new site, new old site, the new old site. So please understand both communities that we're still just tossing around ideas, but we are narrowing them down and looking at very specific and concrete possibilities. Have we chosen the exact
exact thing? No, but that's why we need to show you so that we can get feedback on how you feel about some of these ideas and what your preference would be to, and what would meet your needs. So this is the beginning still. We're still in the beginning stages because remember, long-term, as Leon had said, is 6 to 10 years out. I guarantee Jordan's not 6 years out, but we have to prioritize what we're going to do to even get a 2 or 3 years out, because you have to plan ahead for the funding. And, you know, just like building a house, you have to have the budget and then you have to buy the lot, and, you know, just, there's just steps to everything. So we're looking at all of that. So that's just a response.
Okay, and then I think Superintendent Robbins wanted to say something.
Just, I think to maybe help separate the issues and create some clarity around what we're talking about, so that, because I think we're mixing a lot of these issues. I think you got to really consider what is the most pressing in those priorities that we discuss potentially in a lease revenue bond, right? That's first, right? Then second from that, in the last meeting, we talked about some bigger items, including an innovation center or CTEC center, but that's going to have to fall as a general obligation bond, as we know. And so that has a lot to do with our debt service and even longer range planning. I felt like, one key element that in the last meeting, as we talked about a geo bond, is thinking about just the economy we're in, the politics we're in, the environment we're in, that we probably need to come back with, a stronger position, and why. And Leon alluded to that just in the language and some of the things that we're talking about. Another element to that would be an industry advisory group to really help inform, what that looks like. So having, if we set that aside, it's still a major priority, but the pressing, more imminent needs we know between the schools, and they're listed there. I think that, that maybe I would recommend as the more immediate focus, because, those are things that, maybe we could begin to address, right away, that our schools need. And, that doesn't necessarily mean that the makeup or the foundation for, more of a STEAM embedded curriculum at Eastmont, or some of those things even at Jordan, couldn't be in, more of a long range plan. But we know that there's imminent issues with both of those buildings that really need to be addressed right away. I think it, and I think that point's well made, but I think we're getting a lot of these issues kind of mixed together, and we really probably ought to separate those out.
There's so many.
I would agree too.
There's just, yeah.
So let's go back to, right, what Leon has on right now is what our committee recommended last meeting. Okay. And all this stuff that's been presented today, and Leon did already say this, I'm just reiterating it, is the background information the board members asked for. So basically what our committee has been studying for months, you guys wanted in our board meeting. So that's what we're looking at. So, I mean, I just don't want the public or even people here to get confused and think this is what we're recommending, because this is not what we're recommending. Anyway, okay, and then Mrs. Tingy? Or,
Okay.
Nancy,
Okay.
just raise her hand, and then Andrew.
Okay. So, yeah, thank you. This is all very interesting, and Superintendent, thank you for providing that perspective, because I was thinking along those same lines that we just kind of have this jumble of issues and ideas and challenges, and we do need to separate it out. And so kind of going back to that information about how much it costs to close an elementary school, that might look really, and a middle school, right? Those numbers might look really appealing, but it's not as simple as just that, because basically the students, they won't disappear if you close a school, and there are costs to relocating things, and not to mention the intrinsic cost to a community and things like that. But I'm also on these programs on, Innovation Center, CTEC
whatever we want to call it. Before I know, Mrs. Nybar suggested, sending out surveys, but I think we're still way too premature for that. I think we need to have more concrete, ideas in place. And I think we need to just ask and maybe have a discussion. And I agree. I think we need to have more time to just kind of discuss this as a whole. But in regards to those type of programs, do we want to disperse them out to schools, or do we want to keep it more central? And do we want a half a day program? Do we want full day program? Do we want to have, a full day location somewhere and then a couple of half day locations somewhere? I just think we need to get some of those pillars in place regarding programming before we can really start looking at building and things like that. And then the one thing too that I haven't heard mentioned, and I don't know if the committee's talked about it at all, but I know several of our students, the students that were here that addressed us, talked about boundaries. And so has that been part of the conversation at all? I know it's a scary thing for everyone to think about that, but I just didn't know if there was information that you've looked at in that
We
regard.
could look at that. To be honest, transparent, no, we have not thought any boundaries. I think the reason we're concerned about that is you say those projections we put out there. Are we just robbing Peter to pay Paul in some of our schools? And so we get a little nervous about doing that. So we could look at that, but we're a little hesitant long-term of how that could play out for us.
Okay.
And I should say, if I could just point out a couple of things, again, I went probably through this too quick. Rick brought it up. One of the things we really are starting to work on now is getting an industry advisory council.
Mhm.
That's a must. And so we want to make sure our programs fit the community once our kids are in them and moving on. And also to your point, Nancy, I think it should be noted that, if you close a school, the kids go somewhere and the teachers could follow them.
Mm.
But, usually, especially in middle school, you got to have another VP somewhere. You got to have more counselors. So this savings, as I noted, it's.
I think the net,
Yeah, the
I
net,
mean, we'd have to look at a net. This is gross savings
you
and,
got to make sure you look at a net. So
transportation and,
There's these are raw costs, but
Right.
you would have to have more of these support positions.
yeah.
Follow
And,
kids
and
as
the
well,
other
yeah.
thing I'd propose too is a school may, on your capacity charts, may look like it's highly underutilized. But when you actually walk through the building
Yeah.
and look at each space and what it's being used for, and with the concept of if you close that building down, then where would that be, whether program or whether, whatever it is, where would that be housed? And so I really want to put the idea of closing down schools way down,
Yeah.
way down on the list of things to do, because and that's, my opinion, but I think we have to, we are obligated to take a look at that, but so that would be, my request was I would like to, a superintendent mentioned, to separate the issues and really look at the highest priority and what possible funding source. And that's the other thing too. I just kind of wanted to address that we have received quite a bit of feedback, as noted tonight, from the community, the Eastmont and Jordan community, and as well as emails. And, it's really a challenge because we don't just have a bank account sitting somewhere that we're looking for ways to spend it. We really need to come up with our priorities, and then we're going to have to be very intentional about finding the funding source for that. And it's, it's a challenge. These other projects were funded by a general obligation bond that was voted on by voters. but we're kind of pretty much tapped out on our ability to do that without having a whole nother big push. And so I think that should be part of our, as we kind of bifurcate some of this conversation, we ought to talk about funding sources more specifically about what we can do and how it would impact taxpayers and things like that.
And we
That
tried
was
to,
last meeting.
we tried to do that. Yeah, we did some of that
Right,
last time on.
But we didn't have a whole lot of discussion about
Yeah, how that impacts. And
which we
yeah, I
prefer.
think the point's well taken that, we heard from these communities and would like to get moving and, we'd like to do something this summer, right? So part of that is getting, Scott will tell you that it's, we need to get moving if we want to start addressing some things as early as June when school's out. So that's a big push there. Appreciate Scott. If I can say this, Scott called me yesterday morning and said, hey, I can either watch the Jazz game or I can come to your board meeting. I said, I'd probably watch the Jazz game. But he said, well, I'll come. So I'm glad he came. Thank you.
No, thank you, Scott. Okay, I think Mr. Edel and then Mrs. Oaks.
So I really appreciate all the work that the committee's done on this. I understand what a significant undertaking it is to do the long range planning. It's been said in different ways, but I feel like we're at a point here where we have long range items and we have short range items now. And I feel it's really, really important that we distinguish that because our short-term items really need to be addressed nowish. As you just said, it would be great to get them started as soon as school's out this summer. And versus say our CTEC relocation, which we do have quite a bit of time to really look over options and address. So that would be my encouragement to the body is for us to focus on and address our short-term needs now. That's going to have some things like removing Eastmont from our list of potential CTEC sites, because we can either have CTEC there or we can address the immediate needs that the school has now. Same with Jordan. Jordan has some immediate needs. And if we want to expand future programs there, we have opportunities to get more community input and then potentially look at how to bolster the program. And they're getting a new JROTC program and maybe something that's synergistic with that. But they have some absolute immediate needs right now, which some of the students referenced, things like bathrooms, locker rooms. But then also it was made so evident to us by our Student Advisory Council how essential some of our extracurricular programs are. So things like the Black Box Theater and auditorium refresh. These are things that not only enhance the whole person concept for our students, but for some of them, they are the sole reason that our students are engaged in school and go to school and focus on their studies. I was at Brigadoon last week, and I had the drama teacher reach out and apologize for the sound. Why? Because they have no working sound system. So they've got portable speakers that don't have the ability to properly mix in there. So what I would love to see is for us to really drill down and focus and address our short-term needs and try to get that taken care of just as expeditiously as we can. While still acknowledging that there are the longer term needs that you guys are working on. And again, I really appreciate all the thought that's gone into this and these slides as I've been able to review them and the transparency here. I really appreciate everything that all of you guys have been doing. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oaks.
Okay, just to clarify, so the slide that's up here, that is the short-term needs that we've talked about, right? And so I do want to clarify with Leon, how much of this is doable with the funds that we could raise with lease revenue bonds?
All this.
All of these,
I
okay,
would take off the very bottom one, the transportation.
right,
renovation.
okay.
But
But the rest of it is
the rest of
doable.
them we could. as I said, take a few meetings, but we could have money available by the spring. Start doing, we'd have to, yeah, point's well taken, because we gotta plan out what we want to do, When you
Right.
go through Jordan, you can't do all the bathrooms at once. You gotta map them out and go through them systematically and upgrade them that way.
Right.
Which would take probably a couple years to do each one. And you'd have to do the same at Eastmont, what do we do there with, you could do the roof, but you wanna, the main thing is the kids are in school and you wanna have as least disruption as possible. So I think it's easier to do things at Jordan with the black box, with the auditorium that desperately needs improving.
Right.
With, the field house, we could build that on site. I think the disruption there would be minimal. Eastmont would be different, because we're looking at going into classrooms there.
Okay.
So that's gonna be a little tricky. Yeah, we have to, how we do that.
So yes, so these were the things that we brought forward to recommend that these are the short-term needs. And of course, you can see like there's always more questions, right? So we wanted to provide you the layer of additional information. So we totally agree with you that they need to be bifurcated and understood differently. I feel very strongly that with regard to the Innovation Center, we got to get this right. And that's going to take some very thorough discussion with industry. If there's anything, so the public got to be aware that as a board, we have been making site visits to a lot of different innovation centers, both in the state of Utah and outside, to get ideas and to inform what it is we want to do. We want to create something that is state of the art, that is a flagship, especially along the Wasatch Front. We have a unique opportunity that with what is coming at the point, because of the proximity to unique employers that are coming there and what they estimate to be about 14,000 jobs. We want to make sure that we're orienting the programs and the education the kids have access to, that it will feed into that we're working with industry, that we're teaching our students in a way that the industry partners are excited about and are informing how we do that. That's going to take some time. But I want to make sure that we do it well. And so that to me is really important. One of the things I wanted to ask and suggest is that as a board, after we've completed those site visits, and like what Ms. Tingy was saying, we need to talk about what kind of educational model we want. Again, I think it's going to continue to be informed by industry, but I would love to have a working group discussion similar to a roundtable that we schedule as a board, where we look at all of the documented visits that each of us and observations that we've had, and we sit down and we kind of hammer out some of our thoughts or ideas about that. I don't know if we attempt to do that before the legislative session is over or before. I don't know, maybe we have some different perspectives on when the best time would be, but I would like to make sure that we do it for sure before the end of the school year. And there's just one more point I want to make, and I don't want to be insensitive at all to the students that have come and the concerns that have been raised, because they are legitimate. When I found out the state of Jordan's bathrooms, I was embarrassed. Like that's not, you're right. It's not okay. It's not appropriate. There's things we definitely need to fix there. And I absolutely love seeing these cute kids come in suit and tie, like to come and talk to us. Those are kids who love their school. I mean, like that's amazing that it was very moving for me, actually. Eastmont has created a special bit of magic. It's hard for me to like even quantify or describe it, but like you have something really amazing over there. Even with a difficult building, I have been incredibly impressed by what has come out of it. And with that said, there is they do have certain advantages of having smaller class sizes, of having access to certain programs like Avid. And with that comes additional costs per student. And so I think we have to be careful of how many things we add on top of a small student body. After a while, that actually does create an equity problem. And so we want to make sure we get this right. We haven't forgotten about you. I am not a fan of closing Eastmont down. That's not what we're about. That's not what we want to do. We want to make sure that your feeder becomes robust and strong, and that there's things that all of the students at that high school have to look forward to and that they come for, that they're excited about. I love the idea of maybe having a robotics program over there. Again, like how our innovation center will work could be in multiple sites, depending on how we want to do that. But again, that's going to have to be informed based off of what our industry partners are really asking for and how we want to model the education itself. So I want to reiterate, these things are a priority for us. I am totally on board. I'd be ready to vote for all of those items with the exception of the last one, as we mentioned today. And the next part is an ongoing discussion, but I think we need to get some things on the calendar to help move that along. So.
Okay, Mrs. Nymer?
Thank you. I am also in favor of meeting with the roundtable. I think I've mentioned it to Karen and to Amber, to President Schill, that I would love to have a roundtable in January so we can gather together and discuss this innovation center idea and report on the touring that we've done and really come up with some good things. I love the idea of having this be the short-term goal, and that was my recommendation, to remove the transportation renovation new building because it's so costly, and not include that with any sort of lease revenue bond. A couple of thoughts I have. When I went to Eastmont and met with the principal there, Eastmont's facilities department has not been consulted with these priorities, nor has she individually yet. And I would not want to vote for that until that has been done. She was under the impression that our groundwater issue that we have is not from new groundwater, but actually when the gym floors were redone, that there's water that's trapped underneath and the flooding. So she has a different theory, as does her facility person. So I think very first, we do need to go to our buildings and talk to the principals and the facility people there to get their take. And then reaching out to Hillcrest, I think there was some questions there with the lanes too. I know the returf was a really big deal, and I talked to some people over there about the lanes being a different issue. So I just would love to be able to know that we've taken in feedback from our facility managers there at each building. So Karen, that's what you heard too, correct? When we were there, and she had said no one had consulted with the facility. Yeah. So we need to make that step happen.
Lists were generated by leadership, by us, by
Yes.
leadership as priorities that they've heard of
Architects.
and the architects, but it has
But
not been
not
really
at the building. Yeah.
validated by the principals themselves. So I think they need to do the
Those-
ranking.
So there was, as we went through, well, just we talked to the principal who was there with her and she talked to her facilities guy there. So one thing is, she did say there were a few things on that priority number 1 list that she felt and her facilities felt don't need to be done, but there were a few on priority number 2 that did need to be done. So I think it is wise for us to talk to the actual buildings. With Hillcrest, I heard that the lanes weren't as big a deal as the turf is. So I do think it's important to talk to them to make sure we're using our money wisely and that it's things that their facility managers and their administrators are saying, yeah, that's top priority. So.
And just to be clear, I want to emphasize this list is still a little, I'll use the term soft, okay? Big thanks to Scott to putting this together. We'll have to sit down with Stacy. Obviously, we'll never start there without her approval. Of course, we get again Dell leaving. Big thanks to him. Also, should mention that Bruce Harrison, who's been the lead there for many years, is now going to take Dell's spot. So we'll be consulting with him. So he's very familiar. But know that we'll work through this. We know the roof has to be repaired. The elevator has to. The gym floor. So these are
Some are real depth.
some of the knowns. You get into the smaller dollar ones, and they can move up or down. But yeah, we'll make sure that's taken care of. To address Hillcrest, that's a separate issue because the turf is one thing. As we talked about last time, you have to remove an enormous amount of concrete to get 8 lanes in there. And that's where it gets really costly. That's where the, $3 or $4 million comes from to do that. So the other 4 schools we try to get this equity. You know, as a dad, I try and treat my two boys. If one gets a shirt, the other one gets a shirt right. Yeah, you try to have, and by the way, I buy my kids more than just shirts, but you know, the other four high schools have eight lanes. Hillcrest does not. So is that a fairness and equity issue across? So that's just things that we try to address. Yeah.
Okay, so board, it seems like we're all in favor of working on these short-term items. So would we want next meeting to like bring back a first reading and maybe make sure that Leon works with the schools so we narrow down exactly what they want done for priority one? And then also then exactly the funding. I mean, are you all in favor of just doing lease revenue bonds for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what it seems like. Is there anything else, Leon, that we would need to bring back for a first reading?
Under the amount of money we generate from our capital levy, will not make it. Yeah. As I said last time, we will have to increase taxes to make that. You can see the blue there is the view. The red is what was already committed to improving parking, glacier bills. We add on the blue, and it depends on how much we issue. This is about getting about 35 million, about 40 million, a little bit more. That difference, would require additional revenue tax increase from the tax. Just need to make sure that we're that. We bring in roughly $23 million for all of that, plus the vehicle, return roofs, AC, things like that. It will make $4.5 million off of this.
Yeah, and we're all aware of that, right? Okay.
Yeah, well, I
This
think you
is-
need to,
yeah.
yeah, bring us the whole story, right? All the information so that we can discuss it and the public is aware of that as well.
Well, it's right on that side, but we'll have to get exact amounts and lay it out, yes. And I just want to go on the record that I do not want to close Eastmont. I want to actually preserve Eastmont. I want to do what we can to bolster Jordan. We haven't even discussed programs yet because there's just, that's a whole nother discussion. And we will talk about programs, but like everyone said, we need to discuss this innovation center and then figure out how that trickles down, right? And we will do our best to separate issues and bring something more concise next meeting. Anyway, thank you, everyone. This was like a lot of information, and hopefully it wasn't too confusing for the public and for those in this meeting. Okay.
I have a request.
Yeah, Mrs. Nymer.
With the information that comes back, Leon, when you're saying there's going to be a difference there, that it would be more than just kind of us borrowing against ourselves for the incoming tax, you know, like lease revenue, but also it would be a tax increase as well. Can you please, on the slides, look at exactly what the difference is? You're saying what's the difference with the amount? Because we can also look at, I just want us to look at really specifically when we're just looking at short term, this list of priorities, the dollar amount of what that would look like per house.
It's right there. It's right on that slide.
So, yeah,
It's basically $10 for every 10 million.
using, put up 33.
Okay.
We don't get much of a bump. We got a big bump, bring your own up. We won't get much of one. So high. But, you know, we would need to make a payment. This would, right here, would require about $3 million of tax increase to make that.
Yes.
average home, it would cost, roughly $30,000. And on the average system. More than that, million to $50. That's roughly what it would be. You go up to 40 million, you probably add $5 or $6, $7, $8 on it. But you can get to $40 on an average home.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is I assume this is gonna change slightly once you've gone to the separate buildings and really nailed down those. It might slightly change, right, to what we're projecting
A little bit.
with the priority.
To try to keep Hillcrest priorities at 14. Whatever $14 million would buy, that would be their priority.
You mean Jordan? You said Hillcrest. So just
Said
want to
Hillcrest,
make
yeah.
sure we're correct on that.
So you're saying so you're saying that no matter after we talk to facilities and after we talk to principals, you're saying this is the amount you want to allocate, so it's not going to change at all from this meeting to next? Because
Vary a little bit, but that's our goal, is to address the priority ones that, we sat down with this. And so our facilities team members, we did sit down and say, okay, they came back with about $42
Right.
million.
right,
We said, okay, let's separate those between 1, 2, 3.
right.
By 4 people. Those drop 14 million. That's what we did there. Say we're the same. We'll try to separate those between 1, 2, 3 people now.
I guess my thought is if you go to Hillcrest and the lanes aren't as big a deal as getting the track improvements and the turf, then would that be more money that maybe possibly Eastmont could get, or Jordan? Because Eastmont and Jordan haven't had any improvements, whereas Hillcrest had that big remodel. That's what I'm thinking of is there might be some flexibility there to give a little more to those schools. Okay. For sure.
Yeah, but let's talk to Hillcrest. Do they really, I mean, that's a lot of money if they don't really care, right? I mean, let's
Exactly.
make
That's what
sure
I'm
they
saying, that
want
we
it.
could use to Eastmont or Jordan, who haven't had any, we've just done a huge renovation to Hillcrest. So we've got to think that way too, after we hear from them.
Okay, well, thank you, Leon. That was a lot of information and we really appreciate it. And thank you, Scott, for being here.
Thank you. Did they?
So you didn't need to be there. It was okay. Okay, so board, now the next thing is just staff comments and board comments, and I would really like to end this meeting at 10. So let's try to make them short. Thank you. We will start with Karen. Sorry. Actually, we're skipping staff comments tonight. No. Okay, superintendent, sorry.
No, thank you. I'll make it brief. I just want to give a shout out to our students, first of all, for being here, both from Eastmont and Jordan, as well as our elementary students from Willow Canyon. That was awesome. And definitely, those statements had great impact, I think, on all of us. And then they're not here anymore, but Andrew and our ESP leadership was here tonight, being ESP Day tomorrow. Just reiterate our resolution that was given. That was awesome, and just share how much I appreciate all that they do. So thank you.
Just quickly, again, to echo Rick's comment, thank you to all our ESPs. They're really the backbone behind our district. So thank you to our bus drivers, our maintenance workers, our AFMs, our admin assistants, just so many who work so hard. So thank you for all they do. I want to thank you, our insurance open enrollment. We completed that last week. We had 2,739 complete our open enrollment process. That's about 94% of our contract employees So big thanks to our insurance department. That's a big undertaking doing that. Finally, this is maybe more for my sake, but we talked about our bond that passed 6 years ago now. In February of 2018, we made our first payment on Hillcrest. And in October, we made our final payment to end up that contract. So almost 6 years and $122 million later, we're finally done with that project. So thank you for everyone who's helped get that completed. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will start with Mrs. Pedersen.
First off, I was really impressed as well with the students and the quality of the information that they were sharing with us. That was very impressive. I know you're going, I want to cry because they're doing such a good job. Those are our future leaders. Those are the students that we're working for. And I'm just so impressed and so proud of what they've been able to accomplish so far and the potential that they have. So I thank you for being here. You guys are amazing. And look at that. They stayed all this time. Your excuse for being tardy tomorrow. I stayed at board meeting. I was able to go to both of our productions of Brigadoon and the Addams Family, and I was so impressed. I have season tickets to Hale Theater, and I really think we stand up really well to them. They have a bigger budget, so they may have a little more technology, fancy things hanging from the ceiling, but the music was great. The students put everything into what they were doing, and it was so much fun. And they brought you into the story. So it was a very, very pleasant experience. And I'm just so excited to be able to see what some of our other schools are going to do as well. But congratulations to both Jordan and Corner Canyons, because they just did such a fantastic job. Last night was great. And I had to give Dr. Eschler a bad time about his kilt. He did say I could be in Clan McJordan, though. So I guess I'll forgive him for that. And then the last thing I was just going to mention is that it has been very, very eye-opening to be able to travel with various members of the board and leadership to some of these other locations for ideas for the Innovation Center. There's a lot we can be doing, and there's a lot we will be doing. But you look at what people have put into place and you're thinking, wow, our programs are good, really good. But if we could just tweak it a little bit more for the future, then we'll be doing the very best we can for our students. Almost all of these schools have businesses come in and they actually tell or help inform the students in what kind of projects they're doing and their actual projects. Davis is doing commercials for Lagoon. The Davis, I don't know, but the Catalyst Center. Yeah, they blend together. I've been to 4, but I'm looking forward to the conversation with the board about what is our goal, what is it that we're really looking for, because when we talk to you about CTEC, a lot of your parents think, or a lot of the community think that it's just shop, right? Shop, home ec, the things that they went through, and it's nowhere near that. We have to prepare the students for what they've always said this, even when I was a kid. We're preparing you for jobs that haven't yet been invented, but we can see that it's true. Some of these kids are being hired, could be hired right as juniors. The businesses come in and say, the quality work you're doing, I need you now. And they say, no, I got to finish my schooling, but they have instant jobs and they're making thousands and thousands of dollars and they haven't had to spend any. So we know we're trying to make choices so that students have good pathways to either college, or you can get a certificate and pay for your college by working and then go to college. So it's just been a really, really eye-opening experience. And I'm looking forward to what our board's going to propose our future's going to be. But we'll work on those short-term goals first. So thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Teeny.
Thank you. This has been a really fabulous, lots of discussions tonight, and I appreciate the board and the patience that everyone has and the thoroughness that how we approach all these very complicated topics. Real quickly, I too wanted to just call
out the high school musicals. I couldn't go to a evening performance, so I snuck into the dress performance of Brigadoon, and it was really great. Well done. And then was able to attend the Corner Canyon Adams Family last night, and looking forward to some of the others that are upcoming in the next couple of weeks. I wanted to also just report on the Student Advisory Council. We met last Wednesday and had a fabulous conversation. It was very, very insightful. The students shared their thoughts and their opinions. And one of the things that I just found very enlightening was that, and this is to the credit of the superintendent and the administration. Mrs. Nybar, I think, actually asked them, but we all kind of were curious about the percent of time in class spent on Chromebooks this year as compared to last year. And every one of them said it's well under half the time and a big improvement from prior years. And so I just really enjoy that opportunity to visit with and learn from our students and how they reflect the culture and the priorities and the values of their school and what it is that we hopefully as a board are promoting for them. So I just wanted to mention those things, and I do look forward to continuing these discussions that we've had tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Oaks.
Okay, the Adams Family hit it out of the park. It was awesome. I feel like every time I go to a Corner Canyon musical, it just gets better and better every year. And at this time, I knew a lot of the student leads. I've known these kids since they were little, and they surprised me with their talent. But it was like the lighting, the makeup, the costuming. It was phenomenal. Anyway, so many wonderful surprise moments. That whole cast and that staff deserve to be congratulated up and down and all over the place. It was amazing. I got to attend an Indian Hills faculty meeting, and that was awesome. I love the opportunity to meet our teachers in our different schools. And the Principal Shelley Karen is doing such a lovely job with that community. It's been wonderful to see the things that are happening over there. And I got to see them all decorate pumpkins together as a group. It was fun while they were having different conversations. Amber and I, in that same room, in the Warrior Room, got to do a town hall for Civics 101. And actually, Kirsten, we're hoping we can record it or do some sort of a podcast, because the comment was, this is really useful information. It would be helpful to disseminate it amongst more parents, especially when they can listen on their own time and at their convenience. So anyway, we think that might be a good idea. And then just I had so many meetings, but my favorite event that ever happens at Alta High School was on Friday, and it was their Veterans Day Assembly. And seriously, it's so amazing. I don't care who you are in the district, you should try and go every year, because it's very, very moving. It started back in 1995 with a student who had attended Valley Forge through the Freedom Foundations. And he was asked to come back and do something that encouraged patriotism and love of country in his school. And so he approached his principal at the time, and they agreed to put together this Veterans Day Assembly, and it has been a tradition ever since. And this year, the Freedom Foundation is awarding them a George Washington Medal of Honor for it, and recognizing the contribution that they've made to the community in celebrating those veterans. Every single veteran that said they have a breakfast for them before, and then they come and they sit with their students or family members. They are recognized by name, by the area of the military. Those kids, all of the student body come dressed up in shirts and ties and dresses. The reverence in that room is palpable. It was amazing and very moving to see those kids pull out a huge American flag across that gym floor and to sing together. And anyway, it gives me chills even thinking about it again. It was so awesome. And I want to give Ken Relly a shout out and his staff for doing that. I know it's a lot of
work, but it was amazing to see how seriously those student body officers took that responsibility. And I want to reiterate how important it is for us to honor our veterans. I think a lot about them at this time of the year, in part because I have family members that are serving in the military, and what they do is very, very difficult. And behind the scenes, we will never fully know the sacrifice that they make for us, and especially for those that have paid for it with their lives. It's important that we take time to honor them and remember them. And I'm just so grateful that we have schools that make an effort to teach our students about the importance and sacredness of that day. So anyway, just thank you, Elsa.
Thank you, Mr. Edel.
First, I would encourage anyone who's interested in knowing what I'm doing to follow me on Facebook and Instagram. And then I find it imperative to address an issue that's been weighing very heavily on my mind, and that is the well-being and effectiveness of our elementary school principals. These dedicated leaders are the linchpins of our schools, yet they are currently shouldering an unsustainable workload. Routinely working 10 to 12 hours per day, they are under immense pressure, a situation that not only jeopardizes their well-being, but also the quality of education that we pledge to deliver. This overburdening is not just a present concern, it projects a concerning future. Imagine, a few years from now, our schools being led by principals new to their roles, still learning the intricacies of educational leadership. This at a time when our learning environment is increasingly complex and demanding. More critically, this situation unfolds during the foundational years of our students' education, years that set the stage for their lifelong learning journey and academic success. Another facet of this issue directly touches the heart of our educational process, our teachers and staff. Their access to principals, pivotal for guidance and support, is dwindling. This is not just an administrative bottleneck, it's a hindrance to the educational process, impacting our classrooms where it matters the most. In light of these concerns, I propose that we discuss in earnest an investment in our district's future, the introduction of assistant principals in all our elementary schools. Yes, this is an expensive proposition, especially considering our current financial deliberations over other pressing needs. However, I urge us to view this not as a mere expense, but as a vital investment in our educational infrastructure. Introducing assistant principals is not just about alleviating workload, it's about building a robust leadership structure, ensuring continuity, and enhancing the support system for our teachers and students. It's about safeguarding the quality of education and leadership in our schools for years to come. I understand the gravity of this decision and this discussion, especially in the context of our budget, but let us consider the cost of inaction. Compromised educational quality, increased turnover, and the potential decline in student success and satisfaction. So I appeal to all of our sense of foresight and responsibility and ask that we discuss the prioritization of the well-being of our leaders, the effectiveness of our schools, and the future of our children. Investing in assistant principals is not just a decision for today, it's a step towards securing a brighter and more stable future for Canyon School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you. First, I wanted to address the two students that are still here and all those that have left. I thought that was very meaningful. All of the students that came up and spoke were eloquent and so well educated and did a great job of representing their community. I was very touched by that. I wanted to make a statement just that I really am interested in preserving the student populations at Jordan and Eastmont, and not only looking at those things that have to be done, but what we can do to build programs so that we're attracting a healthy student population and that people are even wanting to permit in. And I think there are some things we can do that way with programs. I think with CTEC with Jordan and some STEAM and things at Eastmont, I really do. I believe that there's more we can do to commit to those schools. So that's what I'm in favor of. I'm in favor of doing these short-term things, but I really want to look long-term at how to sustain those kids and those communities and those schools and be very strategic about it.
I appreciate Mr. Edel's comments about about elementary school principals. I would actually advocate that we really need to look at how we can best support all of our principals. I do feel that all of our principals are very overworked at every level. And I was so grateful, I've talked about sending a letter to the principals. I'm so grateful we did that. I think we need to look at ways to celebrate and to appreciate, and then also how we can better support. I think in today's age, with the level of communication they get from parents and families, the emails that they receive just even in an hour, it can be almost unsustainable, and then to lead their school as well. And I think we do need to provide some scaffolding and support for them. And I think it's principals at every single level, that there's just so much. It's a to-do list of 100 things, and they just have to prioritize. They can never get to all of them. I think we need to really think about how many times we're pulling them out of their buildings too, and make sure that use of time is very effective when we can consolidate that. Talking to high school principals, that's the thing that's the hardest for them, is when they have to leave their building. I was able to attend a wonderful Veterans Day breakfast at Oak Hollow and watch a fun performance of kindergartners singing, and was very touched and met the veterans that were there. I appreciate what Mrs. Oaks said about Alta High. I was invited to Sunrise Elementary's program, which I was not able to attend because I'd already committed to Oak Hollow. But if anyone has not had the opportunity to go to Sunrise Elementary, that is also a program that brings tears to your eyes and is so meaningful, and it's so historic. They've been doing that for decades. In fact, the soundtrack that they play, I am convinced it's probably from the early 80s or so, but it's just one of the most fantastic programs you can see in our district. It's beautiful. I appreciated going to the school community council meetings of Willow Springs and Draper Park Middle School again last week. The logo committee at Willow Springs, that's really fun. The refresh for Willie the Wildcat. I also watched the Addams Family production last night. There were so many of us there, and I didn't see anyone. I don't know how that happened. I didn't see Jeff. I didn't see Nancy. I didn't see Amanda. We were all there somehow. You were? Oh, well, that was the thing. I was not on the front row, but it was a fantastic production. Congrats to that community. Let's see. I had something else, and I'm looking for it, and I don't know if I can find it. Oh, I want to reiterate, I am really in favor of a roundtable in January. I feel these long range planning issues are really going to shape our innovation in the future with this innovation center. And I think that we need to be so very mindful. As I've talked to parents out in the community, parents are super excited about this idea, especially with ideas of possibly having our kids have some Microsoft certifications, and they can go straight out into the tech sector, or straight out to work for cloud, or straight out, into other industries as well, and be able to provide these other pathways for success for kids. So I think a roundtable would be a great idea. I really appreciated going to Texas, the CTech campus in St. George. That was fantastic as well. So I would really be in favor of meeting together so we can be really strategic moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to mention, I'm not going to repeat anything, but I just want to mention that we had a legislative lunch last week, and that it just went really well. That I just really appreciate our legislators. They gave us some really honest feedback and helped us really refine our priorities. So I want to give them a shout out, and also to our committee that's worked on them, and Susan and Charlie. They have been a really big help. And I just want to end by saying thank you to our ESPs. They really are the backbones of our district, and they do so much to help students, and I really appreciate them. And I will now call this meeting to an end. Thank you.